Alrighty. It's been about a month, but it's finally time to get back to knocking out these Keystone heroes. So, let me make sure it's all working correctly. Looks like it's correct. Alright, so, Fire Mage. This is one that I've personally been looking forward to. It won a poll a while ago, and we're finally getting around to it. Let me just make sure I have this set up. Yeah. So this is the spreadsheet. We're going to update it. So my mage is now 664, which this is actually the highest item level one of my characters has been starting this challenge. I'm pretty sure. If you don't count my main, my paladin, which also isn't accurate. We have my sheet here, which I also need to update ever so slightly. I have upgraded my chess piece to 668. 668. I have replaced my suspicious energy drink with a Mug's Moxie Jug. Can go ahead, throw this, because obviously that's really good, and that is 671. And what else? I don't know if I've done any other upgrades. I don't think I have. I think that is everything since I last updated this. But yeah, this is where my mage currently sits. Technically, I have done a single +2 key earlier this morning, just to start getting the process of upgrading my own key. But we're still going to be doing most of that. Right now, I have a +4 Dark Flame. We only +2'd it. I didn't get, like, a super good group together for the random +2, but, I mean, it's hard to find quality players for that. At least we 2'd it. Yeah, I've been in some demonic +2 keys, and this one didn't go terribly, and it's Dark Flame, so it is quite literally the easiest key in the game. So there is a better than average chance that I'll be able to +3 this, hit a +7, get the +7 up, and as usual, that's going to be the goal. We're going to try to build that key up to a 10, and then just kind of cycle through 10s, get all that stuff done, and hopefully by the end of it, I'm pretty confident in Fire Mage. That is the plan, as always. I'll check something real quick. Yeah, so, as always with one of these things, I've done... Well, obviously I've done a lot of prep, so I showed the basic spreadsheet, but you can see here I have hero track on all my tier. I have a 661 crafted necklace and bracers. Ideally, I'd like to get Mechagon bracers, but, I mean, that's RNG. I'm not going to farm that just for the purposes of this. It would, you know, kind of defeat the purpose if before even starting the challenge, I went out and grinded one particular item. Dinar obviously being an exception because, you know, I'm not going to be killing mythic bosses, so I literally did LFR, which is, you know, AFK, basically. And, yeah, grab this because it's really good. I have a bunch of stuff from Delves. I have 681 crafted weapon with Ascendance and boots with Writhing Armor Banding, and then just, like, random other pieces. I have the Sprocketmonger cloak, but it's only champion track, and this one isn't really that special anyways. Main goal here is I got everything set up, got it all prepped, have everything gemmed and enchanted. I have consumes, so all the basic necessities ready to go. Also, I did, of course, spend time researching the spec, you know, looking up talent builds and trying to get a rough understanding. This was the overall from the +2 that I did. So, I mean, I feel like I have a rough understanding of how to play it. Definitely Fire Mage single target so far. I think I've gotten a pretty good hang of, you know, the general kind of alternating between, like, you know, Pyroblasts, you know, building your crits and spending them is pretty straightforward, especially execute phase with Scorch. It gets not too complicated, I think. The harder part for me right now is, like, I guess AoE, and, you know, I've generally gathered that on high targets, you're supposed to just spam Flame Strike. Basically, you do your single target rotation roughly, but Flame Strike replaces Pyroblast. But there's some weird cutoff points from what I've read where even up to, I think, on 4 targets, it is still better to just spam Pyroblast into a single target and just get more damage from Ignite than using Flame Strike. And then I've also read that even up to like 5 or 6 targets, if there's like a priority target that needs to die, like the damage trade-off isn't that different. So like on bosses with ads, you just still focus the boss. You know, in dungeons like Priory, where there's a mini boss, in most cases you'll still just want to focus the mini boss. But then there's like that one that has like a bajillion little ads around it, and obviously on extremely high target counts, Flame Strike's gonna pull ahead. So I think that's the main thing that I'm still trying to figure out, like how that works and how to properly do that. It's also managing cooldowns can be a little bit weird because I find that sometimes I just get like ridiculous procs and suddenly I'm overcapped in Fire Blast charges before I ever realized I was close to it. So it's not like a lot of other specs I'm used to playing, where as long as you're pretty good about looking at your procs or looking at your charges and making sure that you're using them wisely, you'll never overcap. It's kind of feast or famine from what I've seen playing around with this. There are times when you just have absolutely no charges and you kind of need to just go into a fairly passive playstyle to conserve it because you want to have a lot of them ready for combustion. Because there's like also this whole thing of the more stuff that you use in combustion, the more CDR you get. It's a complicated spec. It's definitely gonna take me some time to really get comfortable with, and out of all of the stuff that I have played so far, I've had to spend the most time like just reading. So there's a lot of stuff that I'm reading a guide for this, and it's just so much information, and I'm like, okay, I don't really understand this stuff just looking at it. I feel like if I understand the basics, which I feel I do, and then I play it for a little while and I get that ironed down, then if I go back and look at the guide, now that I have like an intuitive understanding of how certain mechanics work, it would be a little bit more straightforward. That's what I'm hoping, and I guess we'll see how that works. We'll see if that is the case. Yeah, I think I guess that's all I really have to say right now. We'll just get started. Throw this key up. It's gonna take me a while to fill anyway. Hey Werewolf. Yeah, you got in here early. Oh, also I posted this in the Discord announcement for this, but just to actually say it here, I am only gonna do like half of this particular challenge today. So I'm going to try and get 4 out of 8 of the dungeons done, and then we're going to do the other 4 next week. Because in the past, I've kind of just taken this approach of like, I'm going to stream for as long as it takes me to get this done, or if I hit a point where it's like, we're really not making progress, I'll just like stop for the day and try again. But I feel like, given how the BM Hunter one went, where we kind of hit this wall in the middle and it took like 3 different streams to get it done, I'd rather just put like an easy stopping point of, okay, I'm going to get 4 done now. And also that has the advantage of giving me, 2 vault slots for next week, which should hopefully give me a piece of gear. And then I get 2 more vault slots next week. And also that way I don't potentially burn myself out, no pun intended, trying to get all of it done in one day when I already know I'm not like super duper duper energetic today. I am a little bit tired. I've been working on a lot of stuff. Huh. There's also some stuff that I would like to do tomorrow and Monday. And then Tuesday, obviously, I might stream, but it's going to be, we'll do the corruption stuff. So that won't be like anything related to this. And tomorrow and possibly Monday, I want to do Bop Classic stuff. So this was kind of a nice, empty day where not much else was going on, where I figured I could fit stuff in. Also, I got to check logs. At this point, I'm going to at least give a cursory glance over at logs. There might not be any. Like, a lot of these people probably haven't set foot in raids. Don't necessarily blame them. Yeah, This person has gotten some 5s done. I'll invite them. It's probably not terrible, but we'll see. Okay, never mind. They declined it. Whatever. It might take me a little while to form, because obviously, I've said this on every Keystone Hero Challenge, it's better to be picky and not take the guy who's lying about 3k XP, who has no gear and hasn't set foot in a single delve. So, like, I'm not going to risk bricking my key. I'd rather just wait, like, even 20 minutes, if that's how long it takes, to make sure I'm going to get a group that actually is able to push this. Not that a +4 is hard, but +4 can be hard if you have people who do negative damage. D1 said, when you say Feast or Famine, are you talking about... yeah, I'm talking about the charges just in general. Yeah. I mean, I don't know all the proc names and stuff. Obviously, I'm still learning this. All I know is there are times when I feel like I have no charges of this, and then times when I feel like I have to just keep hitting Fire Blast and Phoenix Flames like non-stop to be able to not be overcapped on charges. It feels very crazy sometimes, where you're just getting like infinite charges of this stuff. That's just, you know, how it has felt to me. I won't even bother looking up... Oh, well, I'll look it up, but I'll invite that guy. For a +4, probably good enough. I mean, wow. Okay, yeah, no, he should be fine. Should hopefully be fine. Werewolf said, Fireball, Fireball, Fireball. Honestly, from everything I've seen, you actually barely press Fireball. Because a lot of times, from what I've read, there are some instances where you use Fireball as a filler, but they are very rare. And honestly, I'm not confident enough with the spec to really understand like the nuances of when it's better. But generally, I've seen Scorch is like a better filler. Sure. Yeah, Scorch is a better filler because you're mostly just fishing for procs, right? Obviously, below 30%, Scorch is, you know, what you want to use because it's guaranteed crit. But even when it's not guaranteed crit, if you have absolutely nothing to use, that seems to be the better filler spell. Because, like, the damage difference is relatively negligible. Like, Fireball's going to do more, but most of your damage is going to come from just getting either Pyroblast or Flame Strike procs. From what I've read, I'm sure that, and like I said, there does seem to be some nuance, some cutoff point where Fireball becomes better. But honestly, right now, I haven't been using it. Because it doesn't, like, I don't know enough about Fire Mage to determine that cutoff point, so I'd rather just go for the one that's easier. Obviously, this one also isn't castable while moving. So in a lot of instances, if I'm in the middle of, like, a hectic situation, and I just need something as a filler while I reposition myself, I'll just throw out, like, a Scorch. And that way, if I hit a crit, I just follow it up with a Fire Blast and then, you know, get the, whatever the name of that proc is. Yeah, okay, sure, yeah, your alt's 3k. Okay, fuck off. Man. Whenever people... I mean, there are so many people who will apply for anything, any key, at, like, a decently low item level, like 610, 620. But the people who aren't even 603, it's like, are you even trying? You can literally buy that gear off the auction house. Go do literally anything in the game instead of hitting max level and then immediately jumping into Mythic Plus. At that point, you're just griefing. I really don't get why people do that. It's just boggles the mind. Do I prefer Sun Fury over Frostfire? I mean, I don't have a preference. I'm just learning Fire Mage. But literally every single thing I've said, or I've read, has said never play Frostfire. Sun Fury is just the best thing to play. In raids, everybody's running Sun Fury. In high keys, everybody's running Sun Fury. There's, like, not even a representation of Frostfire. So, I'm, for context, right, you know, in case you're just tuning in and you don't know the context of what I'm trying to do here, I'm gonna play every single spec to Keystone Hero. The goal is mostly to learn how to actually play every spec, right? I'm not trying to just test out gimmick builds for shits and giggles. Now, there have been times where if there is a build that I think has some competitive viability, like a good example would be when I did Vengeance Demon Hunter, I played both Felsguard and Eldrachi. And after testing both of them, I found that I personally preferred Eldrachi, but there was a decent representation of Felsguard to the point where I felt it was worth testing. and I hated it, and then immediately went back to Eldrazi, and I'm like, okay, well, this is why everybody plays that. But in the case of Fire Mage, nobody plays Frostfire. So I'm not going to even bother trying to learn a build that not a single person actually plays at even a remotely viable level. Like, that would just be kind of silly. Yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing, D1. But obviously I'm still getting a hang of it. On how many characters have I done Keystone Hero until now? I think we've done 6. It's either 5 or 6. I'm pretty sure it's 6, because it's what? I mean, I could check very easily. Prot Pally, Brewmaster Monk, Windwalker Monk, Prot Warrior, Vengeance Demon Hunter, and Beast Mastery. So yeah, it has been 6. So this is number 7. Yep, I'm going for all 36. That is correct. And no tanks or healers. Hello, Satanic Bunny. I guess, yeah, it's probably early morning for you. I'm doing good. Hopefully this, set of keys today goes well, but it's always tough when you're not a tank or a healer, because waiting for people is a pain. It's almost 4 a.m., damn. Hello, Oiled Up Feet. Good to see you. Werewolf said, before starting, you need advice for Ret. It seems like crit mastery on single target, haste crit on 3 targets. Which one should you take into consideration when gearing? I mean, it kind of depends. So, I don't know anything about Ret Paladin, so I can't give you specific Ret Paladin advice. If we're talking generally speaking, what should you prioritize? It depends on, obviously, what you're mostly going to be playing. So, for me, on my main characters, obviously I mostly prioritize, like, Mythic Raid. So if I'm gearing up one of my tanks, a good example would be, like, Mastery is a decent stat for Prot Pally in Mythic Plus, but Mastery is a horrendous stat for Prot Pally in Raids. So on my Prot Pally, I just go full crit haste. And yeah, am I a little bit squishier whenever I do keys? Sure. But I'm not really focused on pushing keys on my Prot Pally, so I don't really care. If I were to ever try and seriously push keys in that character, I'd probably either craft new pieces of gear, recraft my existing gear, whatever. But I focus on the stuff that I mostly play. So I just go all in on raid stuff. And in the case of Prot Pally, like, it doesn't make that much of a difference. Like, Mastery's slightly better for survival, but if you're not doing plus 15s, it doesn't matter. So it kind of depends. Like, it's a spec-by-spec basis. There's also some specs where it's, like, a good example for... I'm trying to think of... I guess Fire Mage would be a good example in that, like, you want a lot of haste, and then technically there's, like, a toss-up between Verse and Mastery, but it doesn't really matter. So, like, as long as I have haste on all my stuff, that's all that really matters. The other stats are kind of whatever. Crit is bad. That's about it. Life of a DPS, yeah. Is what it is. But yeah, I can't speak to whatever you're going for. There's also sometimes where, like, maybe your Mastery is really good on single target, but really terrible on AoE, and, crit is maybe slightly worse on single target, but not terrible, and really good on AoE. Something like that. One stat is, like, only slightly worse in one type of content. In that case, you'd want to go for the build that is pretty good in all stuff. Yeah, well, exactly what you said, Oil Up Feet, if you want to min-max. Since they, Werewolf asked the question, right? I assume, by definition, he is trying to min-max. Obviously, most people wouldn't even think to ask that question in the first place, but yes, that is obviously a fair point. Man. It is. It's rough out here. I'll delist, relist, because sometimes that helps. Can't hurt. This is why I usually like to do this stuff before starting the stream, but I did some this morning when I had a little bit of time, but then I didn't get to push it beyond. I did, like, the single +2, and then I didn't have time to do other stuff. And then it was kind of like, I can either just start the stream, and then while I wait for a group to form, sit here and, you know, yap and talk to you guys. Or I could just kind of do it on my own and then start stream once I had a decent key, but figured fuck it. I mean, I don't really have anything else to do for the rest of the afternoon, so there's no real difference whether I do it now or start later, that kind of thing. What is that? Huh. Gear set already has tons of mastery. That's actually, yeah, that's another good point. It would also depend on what the rest of your gear is. Yeah, I figured you were asking for crafted gear, because obviously that's what you have control over. Yeah, without knowledge of Ret Paladin specifically, it would be hard for me to really say. Also, some specs will have completely different talent setups depending on the type of content they run, so things can get a little bit funky in that regard. Where, like, one talent build really wants one type of stat, another doesn't care at all. You think Warrior has 2 masteries for AoE and single? What do you mean by mastery? Is this the first mage spec I'm doing for this challenge? Yes. Yeah, so the way that I'm doing the challenge, the only exception was Monk, but every single class, I'm doing 1 spec, and then we're rotating through the classes, and then after I've gotten Keystone Hero on every single class, then we're going to go back and do the alt specs. The only exception is Brewmaster and Windwalker, because basically, I actively play both Brew and Windwalker, just like, before even starting this challenge, just on my own, I like playing both of those specs. So, early in the season, before I even conceived of doing this challenge, I was already actively playing my my Prop Paladin, because that was my main, the one I use for raids, and my Monk. And on my Monk, I was playing both Brewmaster and Windwalker keys. And the literal first stream that I did for this challenge, by the time I started it, my Prop Paladin was already Keystone Hero, because I played that a lot, obviously, to get ready for raid. And when I started this challenge, I had Keystone Hero on Monk, but it was split across both specs. So I had some of my 10s on Brewmaster, some of my 10s on Windwalker. So the very first stream I did was we did both. And then I finished up whatever 10s I was missing on each spec. I got both of those done in one stream. But that was kind of an exception because that was like one of the main classes that I play. I'm just kind of wrapping it up before I get into the new stuff. But everything else, start with 1 spec, get the class done, move on to the next class, and then we'll cycle back to it. Yeah, I'm glad that you think so. I also felt that that was a good way to approach it. The one thing that I'm not 100% certain on is how I'm going to tackle, like, the spec rotation. I've thought about grouping it up like we do range DPS, because I've had people vote for it on a poll. So the way that, like, Fire Mage got chosen is I put Fire Mage, Resto Shaman, and some other specs on a poll. Basically, I picked my favorite spec from every class, put it on a poll, and let people vote for basically the class. And then, you know, obviously, whatever spec was on there is what we would start with. Just so you know, like, full disclosure, which one I would be playing. And Fire Mage won. But then I've thought about for polls, after we're done with all the classes, we might do something like, you know, Devastation Evoker, Elemental Shaman, Balance Druid, etc. So we put kind of all the same stuff in one poll. Honestly, screw it. I've waited long enough. Surely they're good enough. Kind of low item level, but it's a +4. +4 Dark Flame, of all things. If they accept, we should be fine. I just need to find a half-decent tank. That said, I think Dark Flame kind of lives or dies based on whether the tank knows what to do. It's a very easy dungeon if the tank doesn't do monkey pulls. If you do monkey pulls, it actually can be completely bricked. So, we'll see, I guess. Will I make housing guides? I mean, probably not. I guess my question to you then would be, what guide do you even need to have for housing? Like, I mean, there's 2 things, I guess, 3 things that I could think of for housing. One, how to set up housing in general, basically explaining how the system actually works, which obviously, as a topic for a video, just in general, that wouldn't be terrible. But I think it's pretty clear that I'm not the person to make that video, right? Like, all of the stuff that I cover is, like, more advanced stuff. Like, leveling is technically speaking the most beginner-friendly concept that I usually make guides for. And I still min-max the fuck out of leveling, right? It's just I try to heavily optimize leveling and for my speedruns, and obviously if a new player were to watch my speedruns, they'd be confused. But that's why I have the guides, and with the guides I try to, you know, package that information in a way that's easy for people to understand. But most of the other topics I cover are like endgame, rating, gearing stuff, because obviously that's what I play the game for. I'm not necessarily unexcited for housing. I think it's an interesting thing that's being added, but I'm also not terribly excited for it, and it's definitely not something that I feel I am the right person to cover. Nor do I think, I guess, without any knowledge of how the housing system works, like, I haven't really been following it in detail. I don't really think it has anything to do with, like, endgame player power or whatever. It's just a cosmetic thing. So, if there's nothing to optimize, then what would I be able to add to the discussion surrounding it? Like, if you know anything about me, you know that I hate making generic videos that have no reason to exist. Every video that I make, like, guide that is, I feel like I'm making this guide because I have something unique and new to add to the conversation around leveling or gearing or playing XYZ spec. I'd like to think that I have optimized something in a way that nobody else has really talked about, or bare minimum, I can explain something in a way better than anybody has so far. But for a system as straightforward as housing, I don't really think that there's going to be anything that I will be able to explain to you that a million other people won't be able to do just by looking at it and stating the obvious. I can't imagine that the unlock process for housing is going to be anything more complicated than speaking to an NPC and clicking on the button that says, I want to go to the housing district, and then buying your house, right? From every description I've heard from Blizzard, it seems like it's going to be fairly simple. Like I said, there's 3 things that I could see viable videos for housing covering. I mean, I guess I'll invite this guy if he really wants to. The other topic, of course, is how to get all the furniture, like collector stuff, which that would, I suppose, be not a terrible topic for a video, but again, I don't think I'm the one to do that. I am very much not a collector YouTuber. There's a million people out there who make, like, guides on how to get mounts and all that stuff, and I don't, for a good reason. It's just not something I've ever really cared about. So, could I waste... I say waste. I want to say waste. Could I spend time doing that in order to make a video on it? Sure. I'm certain that whatever collection method to get the housing stuff wouldn't be so difficult that I wouldn't be able to figure it out. But I would say waste because one of the nice things about doing YouTube, and the reason why I still do it, is because a lot of times I enjoy the process of making these videos. Like, if I didn't, I wouldn't be doing this stuff, right? You know, YouTube can be a lot of work at times, but in the vast majority of cases, I'm taking something that I already like doing, and I would be doing anyway. Like, I just like the process of optimization. So if I see something, and I'm like, I want to figure out the best way to do this thing, I am just going to dedicate my time to figuring that thing out no matter what. And then what I'm going to do is, I'm going to make a video about how I did that thing. So I'm going to try and speedrun leveling, and then I'm going to obviously upload that speedrun, and then make a video explaining how I did it. It's something I'm doing anyway. It's something that I enjoy doing. Just like gearing. I like playing World of Warcraft at a high level. I like gearing characters. I'm going to make a gearing guide. It's that simple. Okay, the healer left. This has definitely been a pretty despair thing. I think this might be the longest it's ever taken me in any of the challenges so far to get a group together. So that's unfortunate. Hopefully this actually gets formed sometime soon. Otherwise, this is going to be a rough start. And the final topic, I guess, for housing is decoration, which, I mean, maybe if I make a house and I decorate it in a certain way, I can maybe make a video showing how I have decorated my own personal house, just like as a second channel for fun, whatever type video. But I don't really think you need me to give you advice on how to decorate. It's a fundamentally creative process, and, you know, it's like, I like making transmogs, but I've never made a video on how to make a transmog. I'll sometimes show the transmog set that I've made recently and, you know, how I think it looks cool and I'm proud of it, but I'm not gonna, like, ever make videos covering that stuff. It's just, no, it's a inherently creative process. Easy to do achieves or items to collect for the houses. Yeah, that's not really, like, in my repertoire, I guess. Maybe that's the wrong word for it, but you get what I mean. Like, honestly, and if something is easy to do, I'm probably not going to make a video out of it, because it's probably boring me. I usually only try and cover topics that I think are hard to do inherently, because then it's a fun challenge for me. Also, holy fucking shit, kill me. What do you think is faster, leveling, Turbulent Timeways, or the event that we have now with bonus XP and potions? I mean, it's hard to say because they're nerfing time walking. So, in the same patch, in the next patch, 11.1.7, when we're getting Turbulent Timeways back, they're also nerfing it. If it was, like, the previous iteration of Turbulent Timeways, now I will say, kind of a disclaimer, right? This current event is faster than previous iterations of Turbulent Timeways. The only reason why Turbulent Timeways, if it was in its previous form, brought into the future, I know this is complicated, but hear me out, it might end up being faster because the experience potions that you get from this event are still usable in future events, like they're permanent. So it would be Turbulent Timeways, but with an extra 10% experience. So then, really all you're comparing is the 20% from this event versus Turbulent Timeways, which is 30%. So yeah, it would technically be Turbulent Timeways. Then, if we're accounting for the fact that time walking is getting heavily nerfed, which it's kind of unclear how much of an impact those nerfs will have right now, then you have to ask yourself, is the time that it takes to acquire the 30% buff enough of a time loss that just getting a flat bonus and losing 10% overall experience would be faster? I have no idea. That would be hard to say. We would have to test to see exactly how much time walking has been nerfed in the future, and until we know, who's to say, really? It also would heavily depend on the time walking week. Like, Classic time walking's pretty fast, TBC time walking's pretty fast, Wrath time walking is also decent, but then, like, Legion, WAD is okay, but Legion's pretty bad, Cat is pretty bad, Mop is also, like, kind of okay. Am I seriously stuck? I think we're right. Man, this is fucking brutal, man. Ooh. I'm gonna delist again, and we'll try. I wonder if this dude's just AFK. I'm surprised he hasn't left the group yet. I certainly would have if it took this long to form. Not that I can do anything about it. You meant the middle... Oh, hero talents. You're saying that Warrior has 2 different hero talents that they use between single target and AoE. Yeah, that's true for a lot of specs. Mage, I think, is one of the few exceptions where every single spec only has 1 viable hero talent tree. That being said, every single Mage hero talent tree is used, but only by 1. So Fire always runs Sun Fury. Arcane always runs Spellslinger. Frost always runs Frostfire. But for those particular specs, they only use that 1 hero talent tree for all forms of content. It's kind of a unique setup. I don't think any other class is like that. Like, for instance, right now, Lightsmith is pretty abysmal. Yeah, unfortunately. Well, yeah, that was about 25 minutes, and we're back to having nobody. So this has been... Yeah, I think this is maybe the worst it's ever been to form a key. I don't really know what I'm going to do if it keeps up like this, because I can't magically make a group form out of thin air. Just is what it is. We'll see. I mean, worst case scenario, if I have to go an hour without forming a group, then we'll just call it a wash, and I'll end the stream and do this again another time. But I'll give it some time. I'll keep waiting. Hopefully it doesn't come to that point. The Collector said, finally caught one of your live streams. You always love watching my leveling videos. Awesome. I'm glad you were able to make it to a stream. What's with people joining groups and then quickly leaving or going offline? Well, the person who joined before... I'd take it just to get another person in the group. The person who joined before was, like, an extremely overgeared paladin. The guy was, like, already 2 chesting plus 10s. I honestly have no idea why he applied to this group in the first place. I'm guessing he probably wanted to quickly get runed crests or something. And then when it took more than a few minutes to find a tank, he just said fuck it and joined a different group. Don't blame him, I guess. As for the other people, they had been waiting for 15 minutes already. I don't blame them for going offline. What item level am I? 664 on this character. Without getting anything out of Mythic Plus. So, gearing outside of raids is nuts now. Most of this is from delves. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Delves are insane for being able to gear your characters. It's nuts. Haven't pugged any raids outside of LFR. Haven't pugged any Mythic Plus except a single +2 that I got no gear from. And I managed to get all of this. Might be some Mandela type effect, but you remember so many specs needing haste verse back in Shadowlands. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure that there were some specs that ran haste verse as their stat combination. I would believe that. Absolutely nothing about haste or versatility in Shadowlands was special to make it a requirement for a lot of specs, I can assure you that. So, it's not like there was anything particular about Shadowlands or those 2 particular stats that made them more valuable in that expansion. That much I can tell you, given that I played a lot of specs even back in Shadowlands. And, like, back then, Brewmaster hated haste. You ran no haste as Brew. Windwalker still hated haste back then, because haste wasn't good for Windwalker until their recent talent rework. I'm pretty sure Mistweaver in raids still didn't want haste. That could be wrong, it's been a while. What else? I mean, a lot of specs generally want haste. And versatility is kind of weird. Historically speaking, verse has only been a desired stat for people who just really don't like the other stats. Like crit or haste don't really do much for them, or obviously if they have a terrible mastery. So in the case of Brewmaster, Brewmaster's mastery is terrible, and Brewmaster gets basically 0 value out of haste. So Brewmaster's main stat has always been crit, and then verse is just their second best because we get basically nothing out of haste and mastery. But it's not like we like verse. Verse is just, it does what it says it does. You take less damage, you do more damage. It's simple. Are Horrific Visions gated in any way when they come out next week? According to Wowhead, kind of. Wowhead says that the like upgrade tree, the thing that like gives you reduced sanity loss or maximum sanity and stuff, apparently that is time gated by 3 weeks for some reason. I don't know. There's no way to test that on the PTR. It's already all accessible, but I would trust Wowhead that Blizzard probably said that somewhere, and that's where they're getting it from. It seems like an oddly specific thing to just make up. They didn't say anything about the rest of it being time gated, so I don't think so. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to probably at some point over the next day or two, because I'm going to make a video like Monday night or Tuesday teaching you how to very quickly get your corruption effect, because I think that's what most people care about. Like, there's this stupid borrowed power thing. How do I get it and get out of visions as soon as possible? That's where I stand, at least. So I'm going to make a video explaining that. And to test that, what I'm going to do is only use the bare minimum upgrades that Wowhead says will be accessible. So even if Wowhead's right, I'm going to use like next to no upgrades and then try and quickly farm out the like greater corruption effect and just show how long that takes. I expect that I'll be able to farm it in under 2 hours. I think that is a reasonable time. And we'll see. Yeah, I agree. It's annoying. I don't know why. I don't know why we're time gating things for an event that has already been time gated by like multiple months. Well, over a month into the patch. Like, it's time gating on top of time gating. It is extremely stupid design, but it's Blizzard. Like, that's just how they design content these days. Your mage conjuring something from nothing is your job. That's good. That's a good one. You can't wait for the Martha Stewarts of WoW showing off their houses. Yeah. I'm sure people will think of cool stuff. And, like, making cool housing layouts, I would imagine there is going to be a market for that, and some people will make cool videos showcasing that. That's just, I mean, that has never been my thing. I might mess around with housing for fun in my free time, but I am not going to put, like, any ounce of effort into trying to make videos about that subject. It'll just be like, you know, if I'm bored, I'll mess around with it. If I happen to think of something cool, I might make a video on it, but I'm not really going to make an effort. It's just not something in this game that I really care that much about. You finally got 3K. Nice. Congrats to the environment. The season feels a bit like a soft Season 4 thing. The amount of gear you get is kind of insane for the duration that the season will last. Yeah, Oh. Well, thank you, Venrak. I was wondering why 675 Mage was applying for the group. But, you know, I appreciate the kind words. I assume that you're just listening to say hi and not actually trying to join the dungeon. And, you know, I don't want to kick these two random people. But I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't really know what they're doing with gearing this season. I mean, honestly, Delve loot is kind of fine. Delves were already very good last season. If they want Delves to be a really consistent way to get gear for alts, I'm kind of fine with that. I think it's good. It's a nice alternate gearing path for the game. I think the main thing that they need to figure out is they need to decide what they want to do with Mythic 0 dungeons and low Mythic Plus. Because there's a reason why I'm not able to find anybody for this. Technically speaking, there is zero reason... Oh, hey. There we go. There's absolutely no reason for anybody to run this dungeon right now. This content doesn't have a purpose. So, really, I don't really know why these guys are here. Obviously, the reason I'm here is because it's my key, and I'm trying to push up my key so that I can get a plus 10. But then the problem with low Mythic Plus being a complete chore is it turns it into this thing where you have to suffer through low Mythic Plus to get your key up to a level where you're actually geared to run. Like, I'm geared enough at this point to run minimum plus 7s. Like, even with no experience. Obviously, I can easily do plus 10s just because, like, you know, I know the content. I've already done this on a bunch of characters. But even if I was at a point where, like, I had never gotten Keystone Hero on any of my characters, and this is, like, my first tune or something like that, I would still be able to smoke plus 7s. Comfortably. But I still need to go through this grinding process of getting the key up. But low Mythic Plus has been relegated to just not having a reason to exist, so you're not going to be able to find any consistent players for this. So who knows, maybe this key goes well. I'm hoping it does. It's the easiest dungeon, and these people seem at least semi-competent. But I mean, you never know. Like, this guy says he's trying to get into raid on his character. There's a lot of better things he could be doing to gear it up. Not that I'm going to complain, because I want to get my stupid key done. Thinking of Season 2 launching 2 months later, time getting Horrific Visions for 3 weeks means they're fully available for one... Horrific Visions are always available. They are not going away. The only thing from Horrific Visions that is time-gated, or limited time, that key difference there. The only limited time thing from Visions is the corruption effects. They go away at the start of the next season. But Visions will always be there as, like, evergreen content that you can run for the cosmetic stuff. And credit where it's due to Blizzard... It does literally say on the text of the corruption item, this item will stop working at the end of Season 2. So they're making it clear with in-game mechanics that that is how it works. And considering I've been critical of Blizzard not communicating things in-game, I think, you know, giving them credit where it's due is probably good. I think the Demon Hunter's AFK. Oh, is he here? I saw his dots sitting in a flight path, so I thought he AFK'd in the flight path and then just left, which... Wouldn't blame him, but obviously it's taken me 40 minutes to get this key together anyways. You did some low keys when you were overgeared just to learn the dungeon? Yeah, I mean, it's tough because it's an okay way to learn dungeons in theory. The problem is you have to think about it this way. Since low keys have such, like, you know, a non-reason to exist, nobody who is actually invested in doing the dungeon properly, most people who are actually invested in doing the dungeon properly are not going to be running it at this level. So it is, ironically, easier to do dungeons at, like, +7s because you're going to have a group of people who will actually be doing the mechanics. The example I always give is Cujo. If somebody's breaking the box every single time because they're just not trying, then you're never going to learn how to do that mechanic properly. Are we doing this then? I guess. Shit. Shit. Yeah, so this is kind of what I mean when I say that Dark Flame can be make or break depending on your tank. I mean, it's an easy enough dungeon that we could probably still do it baby pulls, but man, come on, man. Like, we're doing extreme baby pulls here. This is a little bit excessive. Okay, but meanwhile we're double pulling the Overseers, because why not? Oh. I can always just LOS if needed. Okay, we have the Emissary, that's actually kind of nice. Now I can get Scorches off them. Never mind, it died before I got a chance. Okay, well... Okay, I thought I fat-fingered Lust for a second, but I forgot that mages sometimes just proc Lust. Almost had a little panic attack there. We're fine. Yeah, I'm gonna close chat for a little bit. I'm gonna try and focus. I see you guys typing tips. I will read all of them after the key. It's just I would like to focus a little bit. I think on this pull count, I should probably still focus single target. I think it's still worth. It was like around 5 targets was the cutoff point, I think. Guess I should save all my stuff. I also need to be using my trinket. Okay, I'm gonna fuck that up. I should have precasted into that. Okay. I think that went decently well overall. I don't know how much boss damage I did compared to Pad. No, my damage was, I think, fine. Should be... Ooh, we're doing a big bullet here. I whiffed that Flame Strike, I think. That's... What? How did he die? I think he just stood in the fire. Also, mirror images OP.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I'm alive somehow. Oh, the release point's still all the way back there. Ugh. Yuck. Oh, yeah, he just stood in the circles. Well. Happens. Monk is really not using his mobility. I think he's sitting there typing. Instead of just going. There we go. Want to make sure he has Arcane Intellects. This guy is pulling without the healer. So that's a little bit sketchy. Probably fine, but... We're good. We're fine. I actually need to do mechanics here. Oh, shit. Ah, I fucked that up. I also fucked that up. That's fine. Okay, I should gravity lapse here. Oh, that didn't hit more than one. Should be fine. Do I have Dragon's Breath? Oh no, Dragon's Breath is Gravity Lapse. Or rather, it's Supernova, but they're on a choice node. So I only have one or the other. Do not tell me you're going to try and do the fucking skip in a +4. Brother. Brother, it's a +4. Just pull the fucking mobs, dude. I hate people who watch the fucking MDI. I fucking hate this type of player. I hate this type of player so fucking much. I fucking despise this type of person. Just fucking pull the mobs. It's a +4. He's trying to do the skip and he doesn't fucking know how! Why are you trying to do the skip, dude? You don't fucking know how to do it! Oh my god. Look at fucking stupid just jumping into a wall as if something's magically going to happen. Oh my god, I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Fucking pull the mob, dude. Jesus Christ. Maybe if I jump at it in a slightly different angle, I'll magically get up onto the fucking top, like all those super cool players I saw in the fucking MDI. Actually, just stupid fucking idiot mentality. I hate that so much.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay, well, at the very least, I should still be fine. Is it gonna target me? It actually is, okay. Do this. Nice. Probably a good thing it actually picked me. I actually have so much haste, it's kind of fucking with my muscle memory a little bit. Suffering from success.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
He stood in front of it!
No more
Okay,
candle king.
okay. That's fine, that's fine.
But first, the
Like,
darkness times your fate.
I don't know. I don't know if this is 3 chests of...
We can use this candle card to escape.
Like, it should bare minimum be a 2 chest, which, like, fine, I guess, whatever. It's just a little bit disappointing because I was really hoping to bump this up to a 7 at least. But 6 at least people will join for, like, Hero Track year, so it's not the worst. I didn't really get value out of that. Unlucky. gonna just save cooldowns for a bit here, because may as well. Single corridor creeper is not very scary.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Roleplay section. Well, we've got in... Yeah, we should be fine in enemy forces. We're a little bit over, but I think that's also because he magically assumed that he'd be able to pull off the skip like his favorite M+ YouTuber, and then failed miserably, so I had to pull it for him. I don't really know what the +3 cutoff is for this dungeon, but I don't think we make it. It's fine. Like a guaranteed +2. I can do all the mechanics in the darkness. I win. Oh, you can blink out of that? Wait, that's sick. I didn't even do that intentionally. That's actually so fucking cool. You could just dodge the stun.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I'm hoping the tank at least babysits the candle, and then I just do the fancy run-out sections. It's faster pull than I thought. Should be fine. You know what I could have done? I could have altered time. I'm still getting used to that utility stuff. If I altered, then shimmered out, altered back, I would have been there in time. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna have to babysit the entire candle mechanic. Oh. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's dead. Yeah, we missed the +3. Fucking. I got a Cinder Brew +6? Fuck me. Oh, that's rough. Yeah, that is definitely a tough one. Honestly, I don't think Cinder Brew should be that hard at +6, but it's just annoying because it's one of the tighter timers. It's basically impossible to 3 chests without an extremely stacked group, which I'm unlikely to find. At the very least, some people might still be farming it for necklace, because it does still drop hero track, so people who really want that hero track necklace might be willing to join it. Okay, let's reach out. What item level should you do +10s? Really depends. I've been doing a bunch of... I mean, I started doing the season doing +10s at like 640 with my item level for Nurbar Palace. Obviously, you should try to get a little bit higher. I think, generally, I think that you should do +10s when you've already exhausted all of the easily obtainable gear from outside of Mythic Plus. And then realistically, you should start with 7s and work your way up to 10s. So I think bare minimum, like 650, 652... You could do 10s at that item level, but you should start doing 7s and then get to 10s once you're comfortable. But you definitely shouldn't be joining Mythic Plus before you're 650, because it's trivially easy to get to 650. And if you don't know how to do that, I made a video showing you how. So, go watch that. And before the 6 gets bricked? Let's hope not. I would be pretty frustrated. While I reach out, I'll just list the dungeon, because it's going to take time to farm anyway. It definitely could be a worse key, but it also could certainly be a better key. But yeah, that tank was an ass, man. I think all things considered, I mean, obviously I was top DPS, but that means fuck all in a key with people like that. So I don't really put much stock into that. I think generally speaking I played well. I fumbled a little bit on some of the trash, but it's also, again, hard to say because those were some of the worst trash pulls I've ever seen. Pulling like double Overseers at the start, so I had to LOS to not get fucking destroyed. It's whatever. I think I played fine, honestly. I feel a lot more confident playing this spec than I do playing Beast Mastery Hunter, which is ironic because BM Hunter is like super easy, whereas this is definitely more complicated. But I spent a lot more time reading up on Fire Mage before starting this than I did BM Hunter. BM Hunter, I did like a cursory glance at all that stuff, and I'm like, yeah, you know, seems good enough. And then as I went on, I tried to do some more research. I felt pretty comfortable with it by the end. But here, I know the stuff that I don't know. I know that there are things I'm fucking up. But I feel like overall I still have a more solid understanding of what it is that I am doing. Whereas BM Hunter is just kind of like hitting shit for the first like few dungeons. And I mean, it's BM Hunter. That worked fine. But, you know. What the fuck? I mean, I guess. That was easy. You think Blizzard's solution to M0s and low M plus being dead content is that they'll nerf the amount of keys you can get in future seasons for delves? I mean, that's not a solution, right? Just to be clear. All that would do is make it so people would gear themselves through delves over a longer period of time. Like, if Blizzard nerfed the amount of keys I was able to get, that wouldn't magically mean that I start gearing my alts in low M0s. That would just mean that I spend more weeks only doing delves on my alts before I set foot into Mythic Plus. So that would be the absolute worst decision that they could make, and I don't think they're going to do that. Biko said, LMFAO, fat cow. Yeah, I think you're talking about the Taran tank, I assume. The leveling event is ending this week, yes. You did them 4 one at a time just to get a good idea, and then at least 7s after. Gotcha. Well, I didn't expect the group to form that quickly, so apologies. I'll have to read chat afterwards. Let me... Use mirror images early on because they last for 40 seconds and make you invisible on the threat table. That's a good point. I didn't even consider the threat implications. Yeah. Because I was actually ripping threat there. Good call. You're informed from a power leveler that he could level you from 70 to 80 in 45 minutes. Is that possible? No, that's bait.
2, 1.
That is what we call false advertising. And guess what? Okay, look at it this way. If somebody is trying to sell you something, and they're telling you an outlandish claim, there's this thing called, what's it called? I forgot the term that I'm trying to use. Let me focus the dungeon. Basically, the word that I was about to say is, he has a financial incentive. There's this thing called financial incentive, right? Where if you stand to make money by lying to somebody, do you really need to ask whether there's a chance that he's lying to you? He's trying to sell you a product. He's obviously overhyping the quality of what he's able to provide. Yeah. I actually... What was crazy is the other day, a YouTube video popped up on my recommended of somebody actually making a leveling guide that was, like, basically disguised. It was an advertisement for their boosting service disguised as a leveling guide. Like, they marketed it as a leveling guide, and then when you actually clicked in the video, it was just like, I'm able to boost people in this amount of time, which is, like, a ridiculously outlandish time. And they're saying, like, oh, contact me here to buy my boosts, and I'm like, this is just a fucking advertisement. Holy shit. It, like, I don't know. It's technically not against, like, YouTube terms of service or whatever, but it feels extremely unethical. Technically, it's the dude's YouTube channel. He could do whatever he wants with it. But yeah, no, there's tons of shit like that out there. That's not to say that people can't boost in relatively fast times, but obviously, in your specific case, it sounds more like he's lying to you. Okay. Oh, shit. You've never seen people applying in a foregroup? Yeah, I've never seen that either. Or at least very rarely, so pleasant surprise. Okay, I'm closing chat for real this time. I just saw that message before I closed it. Alright. Yeah? What Hello? What are we waiting on? What the fuck are we waiting on? What is going on here? Just sitting here. Random... Alright. That's odd. Uh... Okay, wow, these guys are very slow.
Are you here to help? My zeal to get back in business led to faulty reasoning.
Your pal here's trying to prove 'cause he didn't read. And now Goldie Baron Bottom is CEO of this joint.
Help me, please get my meadery back, Outlander.
I fucked that. I also kind of fucked that. It's fine.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I probably should have saved combustion. Oh, nice, but we're pulling this. Saved. Okay, yeah, I should have used mirror images there. You're right. Yeah, that was a good call, D1. That I definitely need to be better at doing. Because, as we can see, yeah, my snap threat can be a little bit spooky. Just gonna do this.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
These guys take, like, full fucking breaks in between pulls. I'm guessing it must be healer, man.
Oh, my stills, they bypass the filters. It's
Like,
too hot.
we don't need, like, a 5-minute raid break for a healer to take a sip. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, but there'll be more of
Oh my god. What are you waiting for, dude? Holy shit.
good business.
Oh.
No. It was my personal directive, my passion. It's ruining everything.
I hate these hobgoblins so much. So I don't want to blow any resources on this, but
My emissary brings you power.
I flame strike the roof. I hate. Ah. Oh my god. not even doing top damage on this ball. How I have threatened like the little fuckers. Okay. Come on. This pull isn't big enough to warrant using combustion, I think. I want to save it for... Are you kidding me?
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay, fuck it. Because that guy died, and I don't want this to take ages, we're gonna have to res him anyway. I'm not expecting a 3 chest with how slow these guys are, but look, if we can do it, it's good enough for me. Cinderbrew's already an inconsistent 3 chest anyways. Oh my god, they actually just straight up wait 20 seconds between every fucking rune.
Elemental made of mead. Oh, my cinder brew. What? I cannot cross this thing.
Like, here, even though there's gonna be ads, I don't think I focus the ads at all. I'm pretty sure I don't even waste my time with them. I'm pretty sure I just focus single target, let Ignite spread off it, based on everything I've read. Like, technically speaking, I can't really hit them from here. Okay, they already killed it.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Sure.
That meat elemental took months of R&D. You goody goodies don't know who you're dealing with. You do any more damage, and I'll cash you out. You hear me?
Hey, this guy is really going in. Out a healer. I mean, as a tank, I respect it, but considering I'm pretty sure his healer friend is really under-geared, I don't know if that's a good idea. Yeah, that's caught. I'm just getting melted. I popped literally everything I have. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, I kind of fucked this bull. In a battle. Whatever. Didn't help that I got targeted by every single one of those frontals. And I will admit, I kind of panicked a little bit. Because I wasn't really sure what to do. Okay. That all the blood? Yeah, that since the fucking blood is life, dude. Damn, mine's so crazy. Warlock Pet's gonna pull that?
My bees!
Yep.
You put them in cages! They should be free gathering pollen in the forest!
You have to lock up
Probably fine.
letting them free rein was too much labor. And their anger and frustration just makes their honey spicier. Right, Spec? Spec!
Well, that worked.
Time to bust out my bees! The best for my bees! Honey, coming out!
Maybe should have waited on that.
Beeline to Goldie's office. Come back to this house to use them.
Yeah, 100%. I don't need to worry about this stuff. Okay.
My prototype and my beekeeper. And now you're riding my bees like some nature-loving weirdo. I guess I'm gonna have to show ya and your rock-headed friend who's boss.
What? How did he die? Okay. Well, the monk should be... Okay, yeah, the monk's resing him. Yeah, I mean, there's just so much futzing around in this. Jesus Christ. Are they really gonna wait for the healer to be like 1000% ready? Where's my mage refreshments? Huh? Oh, I can't conjure that mid-run? Oh, shit. Hey, everybody's... I tried to just pick the one that the tank was targeting, but that did not go so well for me.
My emissary brings you power. Take
Alright, you may have gotten my employee, but now you're dealing with the CEO herself. You won't be taking this metering from me!
My god, I ripped threat. Right. What? Oh my god, I have three! Oh no. I ripped threat before the tank buster. Oh fuck. Oh, that's actually really bad. I should have, yeah, okay. I did not expect them to do that much damage. Dude, they need to just remove threat from this fucking game. It's such a toxic mechanic. And I say that as a tank main, so I'm allowed to say that. It's a toxic mechanic. It's not fun. It doesn't add any fucking depth to the game. Oh, that's so fucking stupid. Oh. Well, we two-chested it at least. I got a Rookery. Okay, Rookery's not too bad. Oh shit! No way, first run? This one's good, right? That's like the really good Fire Mage trinket. That's fucking crazy. Ripping that out of my very first key. Okay. Alright. Okay. I feel like I did pretty good overall. I fucked, like, one of the big AoE pulls, but I still completely demolished the other mage. I don't know what his item level was, but either way. Close to the Windwalker. I'm happy with that. That was solid. That's fucking wild. Now, from what I've seen, I don't think this is a Mythic Plus trinket, right? Like, that's a raid thing that Fire Mages run it. Because I looked at a lot of high Raider IO Fire Mages, and a lot of them are running this trinket setup, exactly. Even if I look at raids, very few of them are using the Bruterializer, so that might be, like, one of those good in theory, not actually that effective in practice type things. But yeah, that is wild, ripping that trinket out of my first key. Okay, you guys are saying streamer luck. Meanwhile, I have farmed so many fucking priories on my tanks, and I still don't have tome on, like, half of them. Okay, so, you know, I get lucky in the times when it doesn't fucking matter. I don't care, really, that I got this on my mage. It's funny that I got it. But for the items that I actually want to get, I have to run, like, billions of times just like you guys. So, you know, it averages out. Click on the other mage on details. What am I looking for? Oh, he's 652. Okay, I mean, not, like, super undergeared. I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh, the Windwalker's 673, though, so okay, I don't feel bad losing to him. But, yeah, that... Overall, I think I did pretty good. Okay, that key formed really quickly, so I'm actually going to catch up on chat for real. Because I thought I'd have more time to read your guys' messages. You've been doing rank 11 delves all day for Runecrest to upgrade to Gilded. You found the best delve today is probably Fungal Folly or Waterworks. Yeah, I saw you post about that in Discord. It's interesting that you can do that. I hadn't considered farming delves to get, like, the upgrade stuff. I think if you're really gonna farm, it's better to just do M+, but it's nice that that's an option. You can't swap between a one-hand shield and two-hander in combat. Yeah, it's... I don't know if it's because shield counts as armor. It might be. But there definitely are some weird restrictions. There's also certain two-handers, or certain weapons in general, like weapons with on-use effects you can't swap. Obviously, I don't know if you're doing that. But for instance, I tried to... Like, I had an idea back in Sepulchre, the first ones, to swap in Arbiter, or Gavel, the first Arbiter, whatever that thing was, mid-combat, but it was immune from weapon swapping. You couldn't. You either had it on pull, or you couldn't swap it in. I was disappointed. So there are some weird restrictions like that. Tome doesn't exist? Yeah, unfortunately. Scroll up. Want to give tip 2? Remember that Fire Blast can be used while channeling shifting power, so you don't overcap charges. Yeah, true. I mean, I know it can be used while casting. I've been forgetting to check my Fire Blast's mid-shifting power. A lot of times, like, when I have no resources, I just kind of hit shifting power. But there happens sometimes where I have Fire Blasts and just, like, no combustion, no Phoenix Flame, so I'll try to keep an eye on that. But, yeah, good tip. How's the day treating me? Pretty good. Hello, Dragon Redux. Yeah. Okay, I'm reading the messages you guys sent when that warrior tried to do the skip. I think we would have been low in percent. So, I think what that guy was planning on doing is just pulling a bunch of stuff extra at the end, but that's just, like, really inefficient. If you're going to do that skip, you want to pull more stuff, like, in the room before the second boss, but he didn't pull enough in the room before the second boss. He did, like, a standard pull and then dragged in one extra mob, and he died. Mind you, he stood in shit and died. So yeah, that prot warrior was fucking dog shit, but... can't really expect much in a +4. You've been meaning to tell me Blizz might change the spell queue window setting? I don't know what that means. Whatever it is, I don't think I use it much. Is there a command or something to see your progress towards Keystone Hero on every spec? Oh, I see what you mean. No. That's a good question. I have thought about setting up a bot, and stuff like that is actually a really good... It's like a very good thing that like bot commands could be used for, because I've kind of always been of the mindset of like, I don't mind quickly answering a question, but then every now and then, questions like, you know, that is a very legitimate question to have given the context of this stream, and I do have to answer it a lot, so I might look into that. It's kind of one of those things where for a while I've thought of setting up like a bot for chat commands and stuff like that, and I've just never gotten around to it. There's a lot of other stuff that I could do. Like, people ask for links to my leveling guide and stuff, and I'll have to do that manually. So, honestly, that actually probably would be something I should finally do. Stuff like that, I just... Like, I'm lazy with the dumbest stuff. I'll put in, like, a shit ton of effort to do, like, the most complicated shit, and then simple things like getting Nightbot set up, or whatever it's called, I will just not do for a year or so. I've also always toyed with the idea of adding emotes or whatever, and I've just never really cared enough. That one, I don't really care that much, just because, I don't know, my stance on emotes is like, I've personally always found them to be very silly. I know that some people like them, but my problem is I can't put myself in the mindset of somebody who enjoys having emotes in chat. Like, I just can't, my brain can't comprehend the idea of somebody wanting to spam, like, a funny face in chat. I don't know. Because I have literally negative desire to do that. I'm gonna be honest, I usually think it's kind of cringe. So I generally don't. Which is why I've kind of always been hesitant, or not really hesitant, like, uncaring when it comes to setting up emotes, because I'm just like, who the fuck would care about emotes? But people have asked for that type of stuff. There's a lot of stream-related things where I will admit, I put, like, negative effort into streamer stuff. I'll put a lot of effort into my YouTube videos. But streaming, I've always just kind of viewed as, like, this is something that I'm going to do. And, you know, if people want to watch, they can watch. And then I'll, you know, the YouTube videos and the guides and stuff like that, that I put, like, a shit ton of effort into. But the streaming experience, I guess, I've always put minimal effort into. I do everything myself, so it's always come down to, like, so many things I just don't think are worth my time to spend. But I think a bot in that situation would probably be helpful enough that I should probably just say fuck it and get it set up. So I'll look into that. Yeah, to answer your question, we're done with 6 of them. So 30 left to go. This is number 7. But yeah, I'll try to get a bot command set up. I do have a spreadsheet that I use to track that stuff. And for anybody who wants a template version of this sheet to use for their own characters, I have put, like, a template version in the pins on my Discord. So if that's something you want, you can use it. A few people asked, so I just whipped together a template version, threw it up there. I don't have this particular sheet with all of my character information, like, shared anywhere in particular. Just don't really feel like it, I guess, but I do think that some sort of command so that people can just figure that out without me having to answer it, it is a good idea. I also, like, technically I could update this stuff right now, but, like, I'm going to update this once we get 10s. Actually, as well, while we're at it, we've done a few keys. It can't hurt. Cinderbrew, 243. 214, Dark Flame. And 170 for Priory. The whiteness of the spreadsheet burns your eyes. I'm sorry. Oxara posted a bunch of emotes and said, enjoy the emotes. So I will say, I do think there are some cases where emotes can be, like, how do I describe it? I don't really use emotes, but I've seen people use it in, you know, amusing situations. But I think there is, like, I guess the emote spam meta. Because, and I just saw Stunt, I think is probably how you pronounce that, said that. And I kind of agree that, yeah, it's... Well, I'll read your exact message. You have a theory that people spam emotes, just have a notepad with every single emote, and they just spam it based on whatever the context is. Yeah. That's kind of, like... I don't know if I necessarily subscribe to that exact theory, but I do always, you know, think it's odd. Like, there are some ones that I think are, like, amusing. Like, there's, whatever, the one that's, like, noted of somebody, like, jotting down. Like, I had a friend who, whenever somebody would go on, like, a long rant about their spec or whatever, they would just put, like, a noted emoji or whatever. And, like, at the right time, in moderation, stuff like that can be funny to kind of, like, punctuate a thought. But the way, I guess, the way that I'm trying to describe it is, if I were to put emotes, like, what would I do emotes of? Probably my dog and my cat and stuff like that. And, like, do people really need emotes of my dog and my cat? I don't really know if it would add anything, is kind of what I'm trying to say. Especially the people who have, like, 50 different emotes. It's like, are you actually going to use all 50 emotes? Like, what are they for? I just... a ramble emote? What, I put, like, a yap emote or something? So whenever I go off on long tangents, you guys spam that or something? Is that, like... Is that what you want? Is that, like, the idea behind emotes? Give us the dog emote? I'll think about it. If it's... Look, if it's easy enough for me to set up, maybe. Am I able to set up emotes on... I might be able to set up emotes on Twitch. I don't know. I don't know what the requirements are. I think I might be able to. YouTube, I know for a fact that I am able to add emotes to my main YouTube channel, but probably not to my stream archive channel. So, you know, is what it is. Harold and Yap. What would that even be, though? What would a Yap emote be? A Pocket Hunter emote? It's been 84 years emote when the speedrun stream setups hit 1 hour. Okay, I think I get what you guys are saying. Yeah, I know that's why you post it, yes. And I mean, I've seen you type enough Oxara to know that you don't normally use emotes, so I get that. Well, let me scroll up, because I missed a few messages. With all the waiting, they're probably explaining mechanics in their own comms. That's possible, yeah. It's just, I mean... They kind of bricked the 3 chest with how long they spent in between trash pulls, just sitting there typing. But, yeah. Which toy were you talking about for the skip? I actually didn't know that was a thing, Troy. I know that there's other toys that you could use, like the seesaws, the little carousel things. I didn't realize that worked as well. That's interesting. Apparently, yeah, Troy's right about the shield counting as armor. Apparently that is the thing. The Prot Warrior pulled the extra big kobold. I normally pull that big kobold. The thing that I thought was crazy is he did them both in one pull. The problem with doing double big kobold is if you take both hits of the, whatever it is, like a pressing roar, it does, like, a lot of damage. Which is why I shimmered behind a pillar to LOS one of them. Technically, it was a +4. I don't think it would have killed me, but there's no reason to risk it. And when I do that dungeon, I always split it up into 2 pulls. I do, like, the entire left side of the corridor, and then the entire right side, and group them up. Do I use an MMO mouse? No. I don't have any extra buttons. Every single one of these binds, I actually hit naturally. I don't have any fancy keys. My mouse is like this $5 Amazon Basics mouse. It's a piece of crap, but, you know, it gets the job done. I don't really care enough to spend, like, a bunch of money on a fancy MMO mouse. Emotes are basically just memes when done well. Yeah. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I mean, I do think that people can overuse memes in the same way, so that's maybe a good comparison. But I also think that, you know, a good meme, timed right, can be funny. But the people who just constantly spam memes nonstop are like, well, cringe. The whole Twitch chat culture is so weird. Yeah, I've never gotten that. And that's the whole thing where, because obviously I'm now streaming on Twitch. I've been consistently streaming on Twitch for like about a year-ish now. And obviously now I multi-stream, right? But there was a long period of time, like a good 3 years, where I only streamed on YouTube. And every time, like, I would stream on YouTube and people would talk about, like, why don't you stream on Twitch? The argument that I always heard, literally the only thing that people ever said of, oh, this is why I don't like YouTube, is the chat experience is worse on YouTube. And I'm just like, what fucking chat experience? I never understood that. It always really irked me. Because, like, what the fuck do you mean the chat experience is worse? You don't get, like, all your fancy emotes and you can't spam chat. Like, is that why people watch streams? What? Because that's not why I watch streams. Well, admittedly, I don't watch streams a lot, right? I rarely watch streams. The few streams that I do actually watch are usually because it's, like, a person who I'm actually interested in, like, learning from, or I just generally find them entertaining. But I also never type in chat. Like, I'm generally not a very outgoing person, right? I almost never type in chat. I never leave comments on YouTube videos. Extremely rarely. When I do, it's usually for something, like, very important. It doesn't matter to me at all. I usually just have chat closed, and I'm just watching the person stream. You know, I can understand, like, chat for asking a question, but in that regard, YouTube has always, even, like, 4 years ago, been a perfectly serviceable streaming platform for, like, asking a question and getting the streamer to respond to it. Like, works fine. You guys can type something, I can read it. There's no issue there. I think when people always said chat experience, that's what they meant. They went, like, the culture of, like, spamming stuff, and, you know, all their fancy Twitch chat emotes aren't there, and I'm just like, why would that be someone's reason to watch a stream? I don't know. Like I said, I've never really fully understood it. So I agree. There used to be a meta of people using Twitch emotes outside of Twitch. People still do that. I don't even know if, you know, used to be is correct, because I see people using, like, Kappa is probably the one that I see people throw around a lot, just normally. I also, like, the frog emotes, like, are always used now, like Mage, Sag, you know, Papega, shit like that. I hear people use that in their just day-to-day vernacular. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I cannot understand using that as, like, a descriptor. But at the same time, I mean, there's a lot of words that, like, you hear somebody use it for, like, such a long time that it just becomes second nature. Like, I remember a few years ago, the term, like, gaming, right? In the sense of, if somebody's like, oh, I'm gaming, right? Like, we're really gaming today, that kind of thing. You know, I will sometimes even say that now. But, like, 3 years ago, I remember I had, like, this one friend who always said that, and I always thought it was a little bit cringe. But then, you know, fast forward a year or two, and, like, every single person I know uses that as, like, just a description, like, are we gaming or something like that. Sometimes terms like that just become, like, second nature, and it's just, like, I find myself saying it because everybody I know is saying it, but, yeah. I can never... I will never really find myself using the word, like, Papega in, like, a regular conversation without just feeling weird. Something like that, I guess. I don't know. But people do it. I know people that do it. So. You're plugging Heroic for crests? Hope this works. I feel like that may not be a good use of your time. but, you know, that's what it is. At some point, YouTube was banning viewers for spamming emotes when the streamer asked for it because it was part of a game they played? I mean, I've never had that problem, so... That seems like an extremely niche thing that, like, one particular streamer probably ran into. I don't know, but I've not heard anything about that. Frog emote, well, yeah, obviously I know, like, the frog emote stuff is not originating from Twitch, but it's now popularized by Twitch these days, so. Lurkers unite? Yeah. Yeah, I am always a lurker in streams. I never talk in chat. Which might seem strange considering, you know, when I'm streaming, I yap all the time, but there's just a very big difference. That's just not, it's not really my personality, right? Nothing against people like talking, obviously. I like the fact that you guys in chat right now talk a lot, you know? It's good, gives me something to respond to, but it's just not me. I don't know. I also, like I said, I don't really watch streams much. A lot of times I will watch videos, and most of the time if I'm watching a stream, it's like a recording of a stream. And I just have it on in the background while I get work done or something like that. So. The $5 mice are the ones that will last 25 years, being slammed through a desk and verbal abuse. Well, I have definitely broken, like, multiple of my $5 mice and, like, you know, $15 headsets over the years. But that's the nice thing about them. They're easy to replace. So, if I break them, it's whatever. I have the headset that I'm using right now. I have 2 identical versions of this headset still in the packaging, sitting on my desk, like 2 feet away from me. Because if this one breaks, definitely not by my own hands. That crazy shit, that would never happen. I've definitely never slammed my headset into a desk or a wall and had it explode. That's never occurred, ever. But if it just happened to break due to natural causes, I have 2 headsets ready to go, and then I could always just order a new one. Same with these mice. Actually, I think I am out of backup mice, so I actually might need to order them. But, yeah, that's one of the nice things about that. This headset has actually lasted me quite a while. I don't think I've replaced it in months. It's been like 6 months or so. So, pretty good life cycle on this one. Hello, One Vidica. Good to see you. Higa is something your friends do to fuck with each other. Yeah, I mean, sometimes an in-joke between friends is obviously different. I like how everyone is spamming the Skytram emoji. I have no idea what that is. That one I have not seen. Markiplier? I would imagine if it was like back when YouTube first started doing streaming, I don't know when that even was. It must be a while ago. Yeah, I'm sure they probably had some issues. Like some auto bot like banned people in chat like on one of the first ever major streams on YouTube years and years and years ago. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, but I can assure you that that has never been a problem that I have ever run into as, you know, probably the targeted demographic for YouTube streams. So, membrane or mech keyboard? I don't know what a membrane keyboard is, but yeah, I have a mechanical keyboard. So, yeah, no idea what a membrane keyboard is. I've never heard that term before. Let me Google it. Membrane keyboard. Huh. Pressure pads that only have outlines and symbols printed on a flat, flexible surface. Huh. That sounds awful. I'm sure that, like, I've probably used something like that. I've just never heard it referred to as a membrane keyboard. Huh. Interesting. A normal keyboard. I've never heard rubber dome. Never heard that before. Huh, I don't know. I also, I don't know. I always thought mechanical keyboards were normal keyboards. But... yeah, I have no idea. Absolutely no clue. What the differences really are. Anyways. Best thing about Twitch is subs and Twitch drops. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Alright, I've responded to everything. Caught up. Time to relist this stupid key. +8 Rookery. Let's see if we can two-chest this to get a 10. I feel like that's probably doable, right? There's gonna be... like, Rookery is a really easy farm dungeon. There's so many people farming Gilded Crest right now, this should be an easy enough one to get people into. Because +8 is Gilded, I'm pretty sure. What did I get off that? Yeah, +6 is still Ruined. I think 7 is when you start getting Gilded. Maybe? So, hopefully it won't be too difficult to form this. I can convert runes upwards.
The skies call to me. In unity, find strength.
What do you seek?
Yeah, fuck it all. Send this upgrade. What else do I want to upgrade? I guess pants, high haste. Sure. I have a lot of haste. Good problem to have. But yeah, it is kind of nice how... the one good thing about the Turbo Boost is for characters like this, where normally I would never spend Gilded Crests on that, because you could just infinitely farm it. You know, I may as well. The only reason to not spend Gilded is if I wanted to send crafts, but I don't really. Like, I guess I would craft a belt, maybe, or gloves, but I think in the meantime, like, I'm not going to upgrade, like, Ring or... yeah, honestly, really Ring. I also wouldn't upgrade the gloves here. I'd rather just craft something at 681 instead of upgrading this. But I obviously need to use tier, and I'm probably not going to get a Myth Track tier piece. I mean, I might, but the odds are not good. Most likely, I will be using these 4 tier pieces on my mage for a while, so I may as well just upgrade this. And then after I've upgraded my tier and my trinkets, then I could start saving Gilded to craft stuff. Should you do LFR as soon as you unlock it, or some heroic dungeons first? Neither. Heroic dungeons are dead content. LFR you should almost never do. If you're looking to gear up your ults, go watch this video on my second channel. I made a gearing guide. Mechanical, more on the enthusiast side, you'd say? No, that's sus. For a +8, I'm actually going to start being picky. I do not want rats sneaking into this one. Especially if they don't have a tank with them, because... oh, yeah, that guy is... not terrible, but I'm gonna be picky until I find... it's a main. Well... you get my point, right? Alt main, it doesn't matter. It's a low item level character. Put another way, it's a low item level character gearing guide. A catch-up gearing guide, if you will. Which, obviously, I use the term alts because, you know, most people are looking to gear up their alts. If your main is low item level, then, yeah. Still be useful. Membrane keyboard is used by, like, 99% of office workers. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't work in an office, so I don't know. Again, I'm sure that if I saw a membrane keyboard, I'd be like, oh, I know what that is. I've never heard that term, somehow. I don't know if it is, like, a regular term used for it. I'm surprised that I've gone through 27 years of life without having heard that term used to describe it, but somehow I haven't. But if it is, like, a common type of keyboard, then I'm guessing I probably have seen it. I've just never heard it referred to as that. Offices don't want clicky-clacky keyboards. Makes sense. You have a membrane one? That sounds like it is semi-popular then. Definitely not as easy to form as I had initially hoped. Unfortunately. That is... I mean, it's a tank. But... Rookery is also one of those dungeons that lives or dies by the tank. If the tank doesn't overpull, very easy dungeon. If the tank fucks the pulls, it's a nightmare. Which is why it's so much easier to do these challenges on tank specs. But... also curious. My interrupts are probably... yeah, I didn't interrupt a single time. Alright. I need to get better at multitasking, I'll be honest. It's very difficult to, when I'm figuring something out, remember to do my utility shit. I definitely did use AoE stops, like Gravity Lapse in some cases, but... and in the first key, I definitely, I did a bit of interrupting, but... there were definitely some kicks around the IPA room that I probably should have stopped more. Yeah, no, I'm still going to be picky here. Surely there's enough people looking to just farm out crests that a person will apply. I'm also... here. I guess I haven't updated my add-ons in like a day or two. It's probably a little bit out of date. I can see their in-game score, but my Raider IO isn't showing properly. Alright, let's see. A relist here. I wonder for dungeons like Theater of Pain. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I'll just invite that. I'll still check, but most likely that person's gonna be good. They are not. Holy shit. Alright, yeah, that's why we check. Holy fuck. Man, it is crazy how easy it is for people to get high item level, high IO, and just sneak into groups. This is why you always gotta check. That's wild. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably good. This looks like it should be. Okay, never mind. Yeah, okay, this should be fine. Guy is like a geared main. Low IO alts with 30 item level will outperform in every metric most players. It depends. I mean, I agree and disagree. I don't really necessarily agree that that is always a universal truth. There are some... I know some really shit people who are clearing 14s and 15s. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Unless you are doing, like, the top 1% of keys, you could be turbo ass at this game, and if you just keep grinding Mythic Plus nonstop every day with a meta comp, like, you can push. It's why I just don't really give a shit about Mythic Plus, because, you know, I could just keep grinding score over and over and over and over and over. I'm not going to necessarily say that it's unfun. It's not something that I personally find to be a ton of fun, like pushing ever higher and higher keys, but the only time that I've really enjoyed dungeon content is when I have, like, back in the day with challenge modes, I had a group of, like, 5 friends that we would just keep doing challenge modes over and over. I think that is when dungeons are fun, when you have, like, a consistent group of people and you as a group are trying to improve your times. Now, it just so happened that, like, my friends in WoD, when we did challenge modes, were, like, really good. They were better than me, honestly. I was the worst person in that group. They were, like, some of the best challenge mode players in the entire game, and then sometimes they would help me for fun. So, obviously it was pretty fun to be able to do really good dungeons with them. You know, we sold a bunch of carries and stuff. But, fine. Yeah, I mean, basically that's one dead DPS, but they're not like a complete dead weight. But they're mostly dead weight. But at least the tank and healer both look good enough to where, fuck it. And having a tank healer duo queue up, I'm gonna guess that they're at least gonna be somewhat coordinating between each other, so one of the main situations that I've had, and, you know, if you guys have watched all the other Keystone Hero stuff, you'll remember that. Pretty much all of the bricked keys that I've had so far during this challenge have been a pug tank and a pug healer getting into an argument mid-key, and then one of them gets mad and leaves. Every single bricked key has actually been that. Now, sometimes it's been the tank that rage quits, sometimes it's been the healer. Every time, that's what's happened. So, bare minimum, if they're queuing together, we could be reasonably certain that that's not going to happen. I did have one key that got bricked this season that was not on stream, that was off stream, but it was a tank and healer duo. The tank did a ridiculous pull at the start of Motherload, just, you know, an unhinged pull, where nobody would do that. Like, it's an MDI on crack type pull. Died, and then complained that people weren't kicking, and then instantly left the dungeon. And it's like, okay, well, yeah. But that is definitely rarer than tank and healer get into a fight and one of them leaves. I've had that happen multiple times already, which is annoying. You don't think you have an active alt less than 665 item level? I guess. Well, I mean, my alt only just got here. It depends on what you mean by active, I suppose. Where the fuck? That was an interesting visual bug.
Thank the Titans you are here.
You've gotten pretty poor luck at alts and just been stuck in like 640 to 650? Maybe. Well, that's kind of what I meant when it's not a universal truth. Like, you could definitely make the case that at 640 item level, somebody who clears 14s could be able to play a 640 alt correctly. Like, obviously, if you put me on a 640 Brewmaster, Prot Pally, Prot Warrior, yeah, I would kick ass on that character. I'd be better than, like, 90% of people on a 640 item level version of that class, because I am able to effectively play multiple different tanks at a very high level. But, I mean, there's tons of specs in the game where if you put me on it at 640 without any experience, I would not be able to play it as well as my main specs. It's just a fact. I mean, that's one of the reasons I'm doing this challenge. I want to be able to say that I can. But right now, I'd like to think I'm pretty fucking good at the game, and I can't play every single spec in the game. I'm gonna try over time, over this season, to learn everything, but, I mean, I had to spend a shitload of time researching Fire Mage to even have a basic understanding of how this works.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So, if somebody puts, like, 3k experience in their note, it means fuck all for me. If I don't know that person, I don't give a shit that they have 3k on one of their characters. I know people who... I've played with friends of mine... Oh, shit. I played with friends of mine who are, you know, 3k, and I've seen them on their alts, and they suck ass. They're terrible on that particular character. It doesn't really say much. Shit.
I will distract them here. We can link up later.
Man. Okay, the damage in this group is fucking terrible. Where is... Are you... What? 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 Where's bro going? We're in the middle of a poll! Why'd you click on the fucking Stormbrook? He just flew away! What? Oh, dude, this is so cursed. Oh, my fucking god. I mean, it's... Okay, I'm gonna minimize chat. I need to focus because this is definitely gonna be one of those keys where if we time this, I'm gonna come out of this fucking happy, man. But it's not looking good. Never deserve to be Stormward. Need to be targeting the Void Rider. Ah, shit. I thought I tabbed in time. I did not. It's fine. I mean, I invited these guys knowing that I would probably be bringing along one dead DPS, but that's what it is. The tank kind of inting that pull was not something that I was really expecting. That one was a little bit unfortunate. We didn't wipe, but that was still... That was a unique fuck-up. I've never seen somebody hop on the Stormrook mid-pull before. That's a new one. Oh, boy. Ah, shit. Canceled that early by accident. Get it! Fucking this up. I think I should just single target down the Void Rider now. Okay, we're... doing a lot of chain pulling here. Not how I normally do this section, but it's fine. That's kind of one of those things where it's okay if the healer is ready for it, which obviously he is grouped with the healer, so, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Oh, we're just going. Okay, holy shit. Yeah, look, honestly, can't really complain that much. I was just complaining in the last run about how the, that other tank was very slow. I'd rather a tank be, like, very overzealous than the opposite, so... respect. Yep. Trying to move. Holy shit, okay.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
What? What the heck? I definitely hit Fire Blast like 2 times, and I just did not get a crit. I wonder if there was some weird bug of, like, as the mob was transitioning, my ship didn't connect? I don't really know. Okay. Are you fucking joking? Stop picking me!
My emissary.
Hey, it didn't pick me for once. Fortunately, nobody else target swapped to the Void Emissary. I obviously did it because, you know, it's better for me to just spread my Ignite to it. But I don't think a single one of them swapped. Actually, wait, we have a Monk. He should be totting it. Yeah, I should not have to worry about that at all. Okay, and I actually legitimately did the most damage to the Void Emissary without even targeting it, so, you know, that's... Yeah. I definitely made the right call just focusing on my Ignite. It's just none of them did any damage to it whatsoever, so... Whatever.
Finally, I thought I'd have to fight Goran on my own.
I'm out of coffee. Really? 3-mob pull? 3-mob pull? 3-mob pull? Brother? 3-mob pull? Where's the overzealous tank from like 5 minutes ago? 3-mob pull. Really? Really now? That's crazy. It's the thing with tanks at this level. They're just so inconsistent. They'll do like the craziest shit you've ever seen, like one room, and then they'll just be complete bitches in like the exact same dungeon for absolutely no reason. That is one of the easiest pulls in this dungeon. You don't need to be scared of that.
My emissary brings power. Take it.
Really? Just absolutely zero damage being done to the Void Emissary. Yeah, let's time that. I messed that up a little bit.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Hey, the monk! I think he totted there. He did. We finally got a tot on a Void Emissary. Crazy. Dude, come on! 0 target swaps at all. Nobody's like... Ah! I think people just don't understand what it fucking does. Just in case anybody watching doesn't understand what the Void Emissary does and doesn't know why they should be attacking it, if it goes off, the mobs get a massive DR! So by not attacking the Void Emissary, you're just increasing by a massive amount the amount of damage that you need to deal to the other mobs. So it, like, not only do you get a benefit by killing the Void Emissary, so like, duh. I forget exactly what that one is. I think it's CDR, but I don't remember exactly. But by not killing it, you are completely fucking yourself over. Oh. Oh shit, I'm getting lots of random crits. Why is the tank just standing in the mechanics and dying? I'm just gonna target swap to the Void Emissary and just nuke it directly. Oh, he remembered he had touch of death. Thank you, thank you. We realized that we could Todd the mob. Okay, cool.
Come then, face me. I will stand I command this rookery.
Are we really dying to the easiest boss in the game? Oh my fucking god. They failed Hot Potato, didn't they? I mean, that's the only thing that can even kill you on this. Christ. I tried. I got most of the Void Emissary down. Oh boy! Yeah, this is definitely a hard carry type of dungeon if I've ever seen one. Holy fuck, dude. Okay, it's on the Mistweaver. It's fine. I actually think I'm doing really fucking well here, considering I'm trying to do my damage rotation while completely babysitting this mechanic for these people. Oh my god, that was close. Yeah, I single-handedly microed that entire mechanic while also doing respectable DPS. Considering the circumstances, I'm not expecting to do crazy damage here, but... Oh my god. That was cursed? Yeah, remember when I said that I'd be happy if we timed this shit? This was never gonna be a 2-chest, given how the early part of this went, but... Fucking whatever. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Fuck. The fucking swirly circles! Don't fucking stand in them. It's the one mechanic on this fucking trash bowl. Are you dead? Fire Mage survivability is actually fucking crazy. Our healer is lost. Our healer is lost. He is running the entire way back around. Oh my god. Please fucking end my existence. Why have I managed to recruit the worst fucking players in this game to this key? Holy shit, dude. Oh. As long as we time it, I'll be happy. As long as we time it, I can just fucking +1 the 9. Oh. Kill me, dude.
What did Gorin bring here? We have to take it down.
What is this? What is this pull that this guy is doing? What is this? Is this... Never in my life have I seen anybody do this. Invis. Just, what are you doing? What are these pulls? I don't get it. This is the same guy who, by the way, 10 minutes ago, did a 3-mob pull, and yet this fucker is out here chaining half the fucking route. What are you doing? Dude, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, what is going on in his small, tiny tank brain? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? What would convince you that this is a good decision for you to be making?
Has been prepared.
Okay, hold that. I've never seen somebody fuck up the end of Rookery this much, dude. Holy shit. It's actually impressive. Okay, yeah, no. The mob isn't dead, dipshit! Why are you pulling more? Ugh! Okay, yeah, no. No, don't. Oh, God. Where is this unfounded confidence coming from? You've seen your healer die to an immobile swirly on the floor, but we're chain pulling. We're... I mean, this is fucked, right? This is fucked. This is deplete, right? There's no way we can do this in time. Which is probably why he's chain pulling it, because he's realized that this is so fucked. But he has only himself to blame for that. Like, oh my god. I can't believe this key is actually depleted. I think just nothing dies. Nothing is dying. Nothing is dying. These fuckers do no damage. Why? We're still not killing the Void Emissaries. Okay, this is an acceptable chain pull. This is also an acceptable place to chain pull. Okay, he's doing it. Yeah, no, nothing's dying. This is fucked. I actually can't believe we're depleting +8. This is definitely the worst Keystone Hero one yet. Know if you can do this last boss in... yeah, less than 2 minutes.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Yep, and fucking dipshit McGee manages to die. Oh, I'm gonna jump off a fucking bridge, dude. This is actually so fucking frustrating. Yeah, there's no way with less than a minute. With less than a minute, some of the biggest rats in this fucking game that I've ever fucking encountered. This is just depressing. This is actually just so fucking depressing, because I get spent literally just wasted like an hour of my life. I'm actually just really fucking tilted right now. This is the first depleted key of the entire challenge so far. The first one. I've had keys that get like gripped completely. Just like, you know, people play like shit, and it disbands on like the first pull. This is the literal first time this challenge that I have depleted a key. It has never happened before. I've never seen people play so bad, yet somehow still time the key. Also, the emissary's all the way over there, so that's just fuck all I can do. I'm actually just really fucking mad right now. Um... Christ, this fight's actually just gonna fucking take 10 minutes of my life away. Like, this guy's just not, he's not gonna fucking die. They do no damage. Nobody in this key does any fucking damage. And somehow he died to air. I mean, like... Jesus Christ. Right, yeah, that just... I guess fucking build up your night or something. I don't know. Every time the shield breaks and the boss loses only like 10% of his health, I die a little inside. I don't understand how they do such little damage. I genuinely don't understand it. I don't. This is fucking crazy. I just don't get it, man. Like, I knew I was inviting rats. I didn't realize they were that fucking ratty. I just didn't think they'd do, like, insanely good damage. I thought they'd be able to at least press their buttons in a decent order. Goes to show, like, you just literally cannot trust anybody in this fucking game anymore to know how to play their character at all. Like, these people are why the fucking one-button rotation needs to exist. Genuinely, I think it would do more damage for them. Fucking wild. At least we're in execute phase, so I can just fucking press Scorch and... I've literally been like... I've been basically AFK for half of this boss, because I've just been like sitting here pressing nothing in disbelief at how this actually got depleted, and I'm actually still top damage. That's wild! That's wild! How do you lose to somebody who's not pressing shit for half the fucking boss? I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like they were doing this bad at the start of the dungeon. I really don't. I really don't think it was this bad before. I don't know why their brains just got fried halfway through. Like, the first boss was fine, the first trash was fine, and then randomly they just inted the second boss, inted like every single trash pull up until the end, and then did negative damage on this fucking pull. I don't understand how these shitters played so fucking terribly. How this mage finished at that overall. I mean, actually just, Jesus fucking Christ, man. This is just, this kills your will to play the game. Right? Like, right now, if I wasn't streaming, I literally would just fucking log out and not play for, like, the rest of the week. Like, this is the kind of thing that just makes you just not want to play WoW. That type of experience of just playing with the worst fucking people in the entire fucking planet. Jesus Christ. And now I have to push my key even more! Now I have to push it from a fucking 7. Lovely. Alright, let me reach out. Arcane feels better than fire? I don't fucking know, man. I don't play Mage. Your friend said M+ environment is so sweaty and toxic you almost want to brick people's keys on purpose? Well, just for the record, you actually can get banned for doing that. Would you equip Suspicious Energy Drink or Turbo Drain on a Windwalker Monk? Well, one of those is a really good trinket, and the other one is Turbo Ass. So, you know. Suspicious Energy Drink. Use that one. Turbo Drain is a terrible trinket. It's like one of the worst trinkets from Delves. Sounds like you're having fun. Oh yeah, dude, I'm having a blast. I'm having a real great time. This is a good reminder for you to never touch this aspect of the game again? Yeah. You love how salty someone can get in the M+ environment? Truly hints at how problematic some parts of this game are? Yeah, I mean, it's... You know, like... The problem with, like, it's inherently... This is the issue that I have with the Mythic Plus system. And this is what puts off people from trying Mythic Plus. Why is it that I can be the only person in that entire dungeon who's doing literally fucking anything, and yet I am the one who gets penalized because it's my key? Like, I get penalized as the person who did all the fucking work! How does that make sense, Blizzard? It's fucking stupid! The key depletion system is an antiquated relic of a bygone age and needs to be fucking taken out back. It is so dumb that keys deplete at all. Keys should not fucking deplete. Period. It makes no fucking sense. Like, if you want low-level dungeons to be, like, an entry-level thing, and, you know, you have to work your way up, sure, but, like, Jesus fucking Christ. Or if you want to make it so, you know, at plus 10s, keys will deplete if you fail them, so you can't, like, farm 10s for the maximum reward, and then you have to unlock, like, resilient keys to make it so shit doesn't deplete past that level, sure. 9s and under, the fact that these keys can deplete at all is just fucking stupid. Why is my time being wasted when I'm the only one doing anything in that dungeon? Rat fuck bastards can join my key, do absolutely fucking nothing, still get rewards, they don't get punished at all. They get some score. They get loot, they get fucking crests, but I get punished. My key gets depleted because of the dog shit depletion system. It does not make sense at all in modern WoW, right? I do not care what fucking argument people say. I've been saying this forever. Even before I started this challenge, I've been saying for a while that as somebody, like, obviously outside the context of this challenge, right? My day-to-day of doing keys is either I run with a full group of guildies, where depletion does not impact me at all, or I plug into a plus 10 of, like, 3 KIO people who are all, like, 670 plus, and I blast that on repeat for my weekly vault. Like, that is my experience playing Mythic Plus. But, like, what I'm experiencing right now is what the average person is going to have to deal with if they don't have people to play with, and they have to pug and push their own key. And it fucking sucks. It is the most miserable experience you could possibly have in this fucking game. Depletion makes no fucking sense. It's just a stupid garbage mechanic. Remove it. Holy shit, remove it. It's so fucking toxic. You almost wiped in Muggsy and then spent 5 minutes in the one trash mob before Gallywix? Well, at least you killed Muggsy. This is the reason why it can be so hard to get into groups without main Raider IO, because everyone is afraid of this? Yeah. I mean, yeah, exactly, right? It's why I'm so picky when forming groups. Every single time I say fuck it, like, I looked at those 3 people, and I said, yeah, you know, these 3 people, they're fucking rats, but at least, you know what? It's a tank and a healer grouping together. How bad could it be, right? I literally said at the start of the key, at the very least, I know they're not going to brick the key, right? They're not going to leave 2 seconds in. Well, they still brick the key, except instead of bricking the key in the first 5 minutes, they brick the key 30 minutes later. So it was actually worse. So, you know, fuck me, I guess. Lesson learned. I should have declined the tank and healer, because apparently they're just dog shit at the game. And I should have looked up their fucking score and logs and stuff instead of just blindly inviting them, because then hopefully I would have seen some indicator. Knowing me, I probably would have, right? Every time I actually look at somebody, like, admittedly, the Ret Paladin was not great, and he did kind of die a lot on mechanics, but, I mean, he definitely wasn't as bad as the other people. And I knew this one was a little bit iffy, but I invited an iffy Ret Paladin, and then I didn't even bother checking the tank and healer duo. Well, and I knew I was inviting a dogshit mage. Fuck, dude. Like, on one hand, it is my fault for not checking them. On the other hand, the system still fucking sucks. I shouldn't be punished for, you know, taking a chance on a group that looks at least decent, right? They didn't look terrible. They looked average. I said, fuck it. You know what? It's a tank and healer. I don't want to sit here for another 10 minutes. And then I got fucked in the ass. And now I effectively wasted an hour because I didn't want to wait 10 minutes, which is what happens every single time. I don't, like, check logs nonstop. And fuck, dude. Anyways. I missed a lot of stuff in Twitch. Hold on. Do you feel like you're watching a man lose his sanity with each dungeon? My sanity's gone. I'm just usually good at hiding it. Shit like this just makes it impossible for me to try and mask my emotions. Sometimes life is good, sometimes life is slow. Yeah, that's a true statement, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Pugs, on this mage so far, I have gotten consistently back-to-back some of the worst players I've encountered in this entire fucking challenge. Like, it's a miracle we got those other dungeons done. It's just, Darkflame is so hard to fail that even with how bad those players were, we still +2'd it. And Cinderbrew, at least the damage was decent. Like, the Blood DK in that run, the Blood DK was good. The other 3 people were kind of shit. Like, whatever. I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just so fucking stupid. This is why also, there's been a few times when I've said that I really don't like Rookery, and every time I've said that, people are like, what do you mean? Rookery's the easiest dungeon. Well, that's the problem with Rookery. Rookery is extremely easy, extremely fast if you have a group that knows what they're doing. Rookery is extremely easy to fuck up if you have a group like that. Like, Hot Potato Boss. Extremely simple. There's barely any mechanics. Unfortunately, if you fuck up the mechanic, you die instantly. First boss. Barely any mechanics, but if you fuck up and you stand in the laser beam, you die instantly. I'm actually amazed we didn't have any deaths to that boss, in hindsight. Fucking crazy. Last boss obviously has a ridiculous amount of health, so if your damage is bad, it's just going to take you 10 minutes to kill that boss, and then your timer's fucked. There's a lot of pulls, like that tank did, that can completely fuck you over. A lot of random one-shots on trash, which that healer found every single one of them. It's an easy dungeon with very binary mechanics. So shit players will make that a living hell. Whereas like Dark Flame you just can't fuck up at all. It's trivial. Very trivial. I don't know. That one hurt. At least I got Floodgate, right? Floodgate. I mean, I said before, hopefully somebody, you know, there's going to be like one person who wants to get like crusts from Rookery. Apparently not. So, Floodgate at the very least, there are 100% going to be people, there will be people farming Pacemaker. Like, it's a popular dungeon, so surely I'm able to find a half-decent group. Unfortunately, 3-chesting this is basically impossible with a pug group, so at best, I can hope for a 2-chest. I mean, honestly, I'm gonna be real here. If this is not like a +2, I'm probably just done for today, because it's been 3 hours and I still don't have a +10 key. It's been a pretty bad day so far. This has been pretty demonic as far as keys go. So I don't know. Like, I said the goal here was to get 4 10s done today, so I get a vault, but honestly, at this point, I think we're gonna get a +10 and then just call it a day, because I'm already tilted out of my mind from this shit. I don't really know if I can suffer through 4 +10s after getting through this. Yeah, no, this fucking idiot +1 the DFC. Now I'm being really picky. Someone needs to make a compilation of the noises made in that dungeon. That wasn't even a low key, relatively speaking. That's the thing. That was a +8. Like, you're gonna get people farming crests, you would think, but it just nobody applied, and I just got lazy and took, like, a tank healer duo and got fucked over. It's actually insane how many high IO dogshit boosted animals have just applied to this one dungeon. If I had invited any of those people, my key would have been bricked. It's actually insane. There's so many fucking mole people in 7 to 8 keys right now. It's fucking crazy. Like, how do you get boosted to that level? Okay, that is hard to fake. I will still check this guy, but 675 Prot Warrior with decent score. I mean, if this dude managed to get that high while getting boosted, there's no hope left for humanity. Nah, he's 2 chest of 10s. Okay, he's probably legit. fucking accepts. Fuck. Well, whatever. Fuck me. So admittedly, yeah, so I knew the Mage was gonna suck. The Prop Heli and the Mistweaver had, like, decent score and decent gear, but they both played, like, complete ass, so unfortunately they did not make up for the Mage being a turbo carry. The Rep Heli also kind of fucking sucked, unfortunately. He wasn't, like, he wasn't as bad as the other three, but he was still pretty shit. Holy shit, dude. Holy shit. Another 10 killer duo, what could go wrong? Yeah, exactly. The real people are spamming 12s. You're not wrong. You're actually 100% correct. Yeah. I'm just surprised that there are literally no good players at this range right now. This is fucking insane. The problem is, with this, like, I wanted to stream today, but, like, I don't want to deal with this bullshit right now. Like, I'm this close to just, you know, saying I'm going to do something else today, and I'm going to push my key up to a 10 off stream, because I just genuinely don't want to do this. Also, I will just say from here on out, for all future classes, I'm going to start with a plus 10 key. The entire process of getting to 10s, I'm, from here on out, doing that off stream. I'm so fucking tired of this shit. It's, because, like, the main issue right now, and I know some of you are going to be like, oh, well, I like watching you suffer. And, like, that's fine, that's fair. But the issue with me doing it on stream is, like, right now, I don't want to fucking be here, to be honest. So, like, I need to go and, like, pace back and forth after that fucking dungeon and not, like, crash out publicly. You know, I shouldn't be venting like this, but I don't want to, like, literally stop my stream, so... That's the problem. You got salty just by watching? Yeah. Random question, but those chime sounds during combat come from the new cooldown manager? No. Whatever you're hearing, I don't have cooldown manager enabled, so it's not that, I can assure you. Oh, jackpot 4-piece. Yeah, oh, that's what you're talking about. Yes, that's correct. Everyone should have their key downgraded. See, at least everybody would be punished, but I think random punishment mechanics like that in this game just need to be fucking eradicated. Like, it just serves no purpose. It really doesn't. There's no reason why that needs to be a thing. I know you're, like, half joking, but, yeah. You love dying to trash on Tyrannical on low-level keys? Yeah. We're watching you to suffer as we suffer every day. It wouldn't be this entertaining if you shot straight to Keystone Hero. Yeah, like, it's kind of like what I said earlier about, I get it. I know a lot of you are watching for that reason. Like, I understand that, but look at it from my point of view. It's also not fun. It's not fun having to deal with that shit. Ugh. It's really fucking miserable. Oh, god damn it, dude. They're like zero good at fucking math. Yeah, that's actually, yeah, like Chori said, I mean, specifically about the Void Emissary, that I think was the part that confused me the most. Like, the fact that not fucking one of them at any point ever swapped to the Void Emissary, like twice the Mistweaver used Touch of Death. And it was all passive cleave. My Ignite was doing more damage to the Void like, my Ignite was doing like 3 times the damage to the Emissary than any fucking one of them did to it. Why? Why? Like, just fucking swap to it. You get a fucking damage boost thing, and it doesn't fuck the pull. That was the most infuriating part. I've never seen a group not swap to that. Like, I've seen people slightly fail to kill it, like it's at 10% or something, and it barely misses sometimes. You know, people fuck up. It happens. But that entire key, those 2 DPS literally made 0 effort whatsoever at killing that. If that Frost Mage had done no other damage except kill the Void Emissary every pull, that key would have been better. Because he was doing fuck all anyways. At the very least, then the mobs wouldn't have been DR'd, so I would have been able to murder them faster. But then I had to fucking target swap and fuck my Ignite for, like, the latter half of the dungeon just to kill the Emissary on those pulls so that the mobs didn't have a 40% DR on them. That was the most baffling part, easily. I genuinely don't fucking know what was going through their heads to where they thought that was, you know, like, let's just ignore the main mechanic. Wonder how the trash talk will go once the 1-button rotation releases, would people say activate the 1-button rotation? That's true, yeah. Do you insinuate that people are already using it, or do you tell them, like I kind of said there, that their damage would go up if they use it? Which one is more insulting? That you're asking the real questions there, Chori. How do you BM properly? I like that. Yeah. At least I've influenced you to play some Fire Mage again. I'm glad something good has come out of my suffering. Please don't be dog shit. Please don't be dog shit. Please don't be dog shit. Fine. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, I was kind of iffy with that guy, so made my life easier. What's a good item level for +2 keys? I mean, you shouldn't be running +2 keys at item level, right? The only reason to run +2 keys is if you're doing what I'm doing here and trying to push your own key, and you're already way overgeared for it. So, Terrorblade. I wonder if I don't think that's my friend, because I'm pretty sure I had a friend who named his character Terrorblade. He was also a Havoc Demon Hunter. And we mercilessly made fun of him for it because it was the edgiest fucking name ever. Oh, God. I'm gonna be picky until we find a tank and healer. I've learned my lesson. Probably would have had to do this early season. The only people below 12s are turbo ass. I mean, yes and no, right? In terms of doing this early season. Imagine getting Keystone Hero on every spec in the game within the first, like, month of the season. I would obviously have better groups, yes, but it would have been infinitely harder for a completely different reason, namely gearing. You know, imagine gearing up 13 characters and then trying to grind keys on 13 characters in a short span of time. Not to mention, obviously, early in the season, I'm busy working on my main and stuff like that. I understand your point. I'm just saying that, obviously, that was not practical for a very big reason. Like, there's a reason why I waited until Turbo Boost to continue this challenge. It would have been infinitely harder if I just tried to grind it out by, like, doing all that stuff. You love Vengeance, but sometimes it feels like getting a lobotomy. People just don't know how to play. That guy's probably good. This guy's bad, you know. They're fucked anyway. Double check. Yeah, it's good enough. For how much item level he has, he's not that good, but I think, yeah, no, the logs I'm looking at are also like 10 item levels lower. That's good enough. Definitely good enough. And now we wait for a tank and healer. Yeah. I mean, I will say one Vikata, like, the nice thing is, because I mean, I've already done Vengeance for this challenge. If you are playing a tank, you know, if you know what you're doing, you can have, like, a group of complete imbeciles and still time the key. Like, so much of timing keys is on the tanks. You would have to have, like, 3 completely dead DPS the entire time to not time a key if you know what you're doing as a tank, reasonably speaking. Like, up to +10s. Because I've definitely had keys this challenge, when I'm tanking, where I am, like, beating most of the DPS as a tank, and it's been close, don't get me wrong, but we still time it because I'm just doing good pulls. Hunter left, yeah, fortunate. So, it's, Vengeance is definitely, I would say, one of the harder ones to do that with. Because although Vengeance is really good, Vengeance doesn't really do a lot of damage, per se. It does solid damage, right? But, you know, like, a Prot Warrior or a Prot Paladin, you are going to do massive AoE damage. So, I have carried the damage on both my Prot Warrior and Pally in multiple keys. Vengeance is really good, but one of the main reasons why Vengeance is good is because it has very good utility. And, like, Sigil of Chains makes, like, groups up mobs, makes it easier for people to blow it up. But if you don't have DPS taking advantage of that, it's not as good. So I will give you that. Vengeance, out of all the tanks, is probably the least impactful in terms of, like, how much you can personally contribute to a key. You do somewhat rely on people, like, taking advantage of your stuff, but you could still pull out a weight. You've never seen anyone, let alone a whole group, ignore the emissary? Yeah, that is fucking crazy, dude. Fucking crazy. You're talking about raids? The other tank didn't know how to taunt? Oh, I mean... I mean, honestly, in raids, vast majority of raid bosses, you just tell the tank when to taunt. Like, obviously, some tanks are really dumb, but usually in pugs, I'll just whisper the other tank and be like, taunt at X, and then I'll pick up the slack, and it's, you know, it's chill. Or I'll just pick up the slack in fucking Mythic Raid, which... Right now, on my Prot Warrior, I'm picking up a lot of fucking slack on Mugsy Prod, let me tell you. Holy shit. It is. It's a fun time. You literally did? Yeah. I mean, definitely, I feel you there. Some people are beyond help. But... I've never even heard of Skywall. I didn't even know that server existed. Pain, it's a floodgate. How are there no decent tanks that want a floodgate? Like, I guess you guys really are right that, like, barely anybody is doing 7s at this point. No. Because now, I suppose, people who need Pacemaker, if they really need it, they could just do 12s, buy it with Dinar. So I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I'll just invite the healer and then check in. I didn't think it would be this bad, though. If I knew that it would be this painful to get a group together for this shit, I genuinely would have just done this before stream. And like I said, here on out, every single one of these challenges, I'm gonna get my key to attend before I start the stream. We're gonna do the grinding process off stream, right? And there's been enough cursed 10s that you'll still get to see, I'm sure, a few mole people sneak into my 10s and make life hell for me. If that's what you're here for, if you're here to see me suffer, I'm sure you'll still get to see that. But this is not fun for me, right? Like, this is just a pretty miserable process overall. So, I would rather not do this on stream next time. Okay. I'm going to invite him, and then I'm going to check. He could still be a mole person. Oh! He's kind of a mole person. I'm not taking that chance. You're here to hear cursed Harlden voices. Whether you succeed or not is up to the crew. Alright, well. I'm glad that that you like the cursed Harlden noises. That's good. Remember one elephant? Oh god, I read the first sentence and I already know exactly what you're talking about. It helps that somebody clipped that. That's like one of the most viewed clips of my channel of that Elephar Aberrus. That, like, yeah, exactly. The tank just kept taunting and getting himself killed. And I kept trying to taunt back and save him, and he just kept taunting until he died. Oh, dude, it's... yeah. Oh, boy. Some people are beyond help. For sure. Let's see, actually, 4 clips. That's, yeah, that's my 4th most viewed clip. Man, this is fucking pain. I'll invite this guy because he has, like, decent item level, but I am going to check. And this is why we check. Fuck, dude. Alright, what about this guy? Are you also a mole person? Please do not be a mole person. Inconclusive. I know another way to check. Okay, he has his weapon enchanted, his decent trinkets, Jaster diamonds. Probably not a mole person. Probably not a mole person. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'm NA. I'm not Europe. Recently had a cursed Floodgate 12. Second boss, you had 3 bombs explode all at once? Jesus. That's a lot. I've never had that many get missed. Yeah, that is crazy. All people are probably hard stuck farming 10s to 12s on their mains instead of banging their heads with alts. Yeah. I mean, early in the season, I definitely farmed a bunch of, like, 7 or 8 priories. Because there were still enough decent people running that, so trying to get my tome, it was a decent option. But, yeah, it seems like right now, this key level is just fucking cursed, dude. Absolutely cursed. Like, this warrior is not terrible. It's also really not that good. It's fine. It's good enough. Thank God he canceled. Okay. Yeah, if you look at the all-time clips on my channel, you can find the thing that Lumion or a Dragon Redux was talking about. You could hear the suffering from the next room. Looks like you missed a good time. Oh boy. How do you define a mole person? You want to know if your DK is a mole person? That's a good question. I don't know how the term got started. The reason I like the term mole person is I like the idea of, you know, the visual of somebody trying to, like, you know, burrow their way into a key that they don't deserve to be in. You know, they're extremely undergeared, they have no idea, but they kind of, like, stuck their way in there. That's why I like the visual of a mole person. And you know, it's definitely, I didn't coin it, right? It's popular. But I like saying it because every time I hear somebody say that, that's what I imagine in my head. Somebody, you know, mulling their way into a key. I'll grab this guy, but I am going to check him. Let's double check. What the fuck? I've never seen anybody use that trinket. Has 4 Ps? The shit's not enchanted. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Sure. It's not gonna die. Hopefully. I mean, if you're playing Moonbear with that setup, and you die, you're actually just turbo ass at this game. Yeah, I mean, look, I am not expecting the best players ever, but considering the other shit that I've had to deal with here, it's not that bad. It's also a druid, so we get Mark of the Wilds. Like, just take what I can get. The main thing is, like, a shit Vengeance Demon Hunter is way worse than a shit Guardian Druid. Shit Guardian Druid, you just kind of press Thrash and Moonfire, and you just won't really die. A shit Vengeance Demon Hunter can hunt in, flop, and then leave the key. So, yeah. I'm sorry, brother, but yeah, I'm not gonna take that chance. I don't know who this is. Oh, that's Mag the Resto Druid. Ah, I see. I'm going to just invite a high item level person. Mag, if you're watching this, I'm sorry. I've been in hell today. And I wanna get out of it, frankly. Really shit bear can go out of bear form and regrowth himself. You're not wrong, but I've seen that happen way less often than the Vengeance Demon Hunter Hunt Classic. That one you see that shit a lot, unfortunately. As a one shit Vengeance DH, you can confirm the statement. Look, I'm not expecting much out of this key. If we time it, I'll be happy. We're definitely not going to 3-chest it. If we're lucky, we might 2-chest it. Probably not. Who gives a fuck? The hope is that we hit a Dark Flame. Vengeance the H-Hunt is a classic, you'll give me that? Yeah. Everybody's seen that happen at least once in their lives.
Good fortune to our friends.
$1,000 gold says they'll surprise me. I don't want to take that bet. The potential upside of winning 1,000 gold is not worth the potential downside of having to trade away 1,000 gold after already being on death's door. Which is exactly where I'll be if they do surprise me and manage to fuck up this key. Alright. Untilt. Untilt. Shake it off. Shake it off.
2,
It's a new key.
1.
The prop paladin is gone. He can't hurt me anymore. You've also been pugging 79s. Godspeed. Alright. Minimizing chat. It's focus time. Oh my god, the red pally does damage! He actually does damage! It's a fucking miracle! Oh, I'm not top DPS! Thank god I'm not top DPS! Oh, I've never been happier to be beaten by somebody on damage. Holy shit. I'm not, like, the rogue honestly did fine. Like, you don't expect him to be able to beat, you know. Like, I should have been close to top. The fact that that guy beat me on that pull, when I had fucking everything, that's a good sign. We like that. Oh my god, he bopped me? He bopped me? This guy's insane. Holy shit. I love this rep pally. I love this rep pally.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
They aren't really swapping to the Void Emissary, though. Yeah, they let it go off. Okay, well, that kind of sucks. What is it with people today and just not swapping to the Void Emissary? At least, like, I managed to mostly kill it, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But the mobs are still slightly DR'd, and we didn't get the bonus from killing it, so that kind of sucks. But man, this rep heli does damage. He actually does damage. Another DPS. I'm not alone. Oh. Thank the Lord. Okay. I respect it. I like what this druid's cooking. I'm a little bit starved of Fire Blasts right now.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Okay, please. There we go. Alright. Wait, into boss? Okay. Alright. That's interesting. I was not expecting that. Yeah, that was kind of a clean blink. This is a little bit awkward, because I definitely was not ready for that. I thought I had a little bit more time until boss. So I definitely did not save any of my cooldowns. I think I should just build an Ignite up. Yeah, dude, my damage is gonna be fucking terrible here. Okay. I respect it, though. I mean, the other DPS did good, so whatever. A little bit sad about that. I definitely would have held cooldowns if I knew. I'm a little bit starved here. This is not ideal. Honestly, actually, I tied with the rogue in the end. Not actually that bad, all things considered. Could have been a lot worse for me. I should probably just be full single targeting on this guy. I'm starting to be hopeful a little bit. I'm starting to have like a small glimmer of hope that will actually +2 this key. So far, it's looking good. I may have cooked with my invites. Oh, lucky crit there. I'm a little bit starved here. I don't really want to use Combust here. Yeah, I'm not feeling Combust in this particular situation. Yeah, I think that holding was correct. My damage is a little bit assier, but, you know, the Ret Pally shredded. I don't really need to do much there. We're good. Oh, shit. Actually, I have so much haste. I meant to only do a single Fire Blast charge, and apparently I tapped it so hard that it did all 3. That is interesting. Okay, we're only doing 3 mobs. Sure, I guess. Classic. It's fine. This druid's been generally pretty good.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Well, well, what have we here?
Probably focus Bront, I guess. It's a little bit awkward because Lust isn't quite up. Fine. This should be good.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Okay, that one completely whiffed. I think we're fine. We got all of them? Yeah. I'm gonna go back on Bront. I got the prop. Ah.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Oh, that was clean. That was kind of clean. All right. Dude, Shimmer is actually so fucking fun. Oh, that felt good. This is kind of fun. I kind of like Fire Mage. Alright, I have to be ethical here. Okay, that's unfortunate. We do have a res, thankfully. I will have mass barrier up in a little bit. So I can use that to help the healer out. I'm gonna use my own barrier here. And then for the next, yeah, for this, mass barrier. Look at me, I'm an ethical DPS player. I'm actually using my defensive stuff. Okay. Buff him. Okay, I feel like I got like way more normal crits than I normally do. I don't know how Ignite Spread works in the sleeping guy. I'm hoping I don't accidentally wake it up with an Ignite Cleave. I'm assuming Ignite can't jump to a mob that's not in combat. I'm hoping that's how that interaction plays out. Because otherwise that would be very bad. Ah, shit.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Alright. So far, so good. I should have precasted that. It's fine. Dude, I'm getting so many random crits that I'm actually kind of wasting some of my stuff. That was clean. Shit. Fuck that up. Two chest! Let's go! This group is actually really good. Thank God. Oh, and it turned into a fucking priory, man. Oh, fuck me. Oh, shit! That guy got a pacemaker. Alright. Honestly, like, priory shouldn't be that bad, because I only need to +1 it, right? So, +1ing a priory, there's enough people who need that dungeon that you would hope, right? You would hope I'm able to find decent people for it. Like, there's a lot of worse things that it could have turned into. Oh shit, CS Austin gifted 2 subs. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh shit, sorry, Lumion. Automod apparently got... What? Why? I don't... Was it? Yeah, no, I did not expect a 3 chest. Don't get... Like, there was no way that was getting 3 chested. I am very happy that that got 2'd. I mean, low bar considering the last one got bricked. Yeah, I don't know why. Is WOG a slur in some languages or something? Because obviously I know that that was an abbreviation for Word of Glory. So, obviously I know that that message would have been fine. But unfortunate that you typed it mid-key, so... Yeah. If you lay on hands or wogs when you drop low, yeah, that's a good paladin. It must be some sort of slur in, like, a language or something, but... In Shadowlands, you had a prop heli that had 10% uptime but its active mitigation. That's a rough one. Oh, I see why you said 3. You said 3 chests this key and you'll gift 2 subs, but then you gifted it anyway. Well, you know what? I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I was not expecting the 3 chest, so I appreciate you gifting 2 subs regardless. I'm happy. That went well, I think. I feel like I did pretty good. That Rep Paladin was very, very good. He cranked on a lot of those pulls. The main thing that I fucked up is I kind of fucked up the first boss, but I don't really think I fucked that up necessarily. I had no cooldowns because he just did a big pull, and I'm like, okay, so I'll have cooldowns up in like 30 seconds, and then he went straight into boss, and I'm like, oh fuck, I have nothing here. So that was just kind of unfortunate. I think everything else I played pretty well. Yeah. I definitely think I played pretty well on the second boss with baiting the bombs and stuff like that, so. That was cool. 9 is the most cursed healable, you think? I don't know. I mean, it's not bad. The nice thing about a 9 is all I need to do is get a group that is not going to completely brick the key. And I think it's close enough that, you know, it's whatever, right? You know, it surely can't be that bad, right? Surely, right? Curious, there are a few people in my guild doing keys. I'm pretty sure Sinks is only doing 10s or higher for crests, but If I get to a 10, I might DM him and ask him if he wants to run. But I didn't want to, like, enlist people's help pushing my key. I wanted to suffer through that experience on my own. But for 10s, you know. Yeah, dude, the moment that bop went out, I was so happy. The moment I saw that he bopped me, he saw I ripped threat, and he fucking bopped me. He's not even the tank. It's just a DPS. This guy's actually a fucking legend. That's insane. I've never seen a DPS paladin bop somebody that isn't themselves if they're... honestly insane. Actually insane. This dude's a fucking legend. Crazy shit from that guy. Crazy damage, used his utility, didn't die. Like, what more can you ask for at a pug DPS? That's the shit you hope to see. This guy's not bad, but I'm going to be a little tiny bit picky until I find a healer or a tank. Just in case they duo. Like, if I get somebody who's, you know, insanely gigantic dick DPS, I'll take them. That guy's solid. He would be good enough. But again, we need to wait for duos. That bop was you? Or were you the paladin? If so, good shit. You wonder if you denied me from any of your keys? Well, I did randomly invite you that one time. Because there was the time when you were on your Revoker, and I had no idea it was you, and we ran the Floodgate. I forget what character that was. I think it was my Vengeance. So, there was one time at least where you did unknowingly app to my group. I invited you. We did the key. And it was... that one was pretty good, I think. Oh, you were the healer? Oh, wait, you... Oh. Wait, I've been saying that it was the Rep Paladin this whole time. You know what? That makes more sense. I forgot. I forgot the healer was Paladin. That actually... That makes a lot more sense. Okay, yeah. A Rep Paladin using utility? No fucking shot. Well, either way, good shit. That was an insane bop. So, you did a great job. Obviously, healers are often the unsung heroes of keys. Because it's like, you notice when the healer's doing shit, you don't notice when the healer's doing well. And I never noticed you, and that's a good thing. Nobody rotted out, nobody died, you didn't die to stupid shit. You bopped me, so thumbs up, W. Yeah, healers are always invisible. Yeah, thanks for healing that key. That went fantastic. That entire group is really good. Even the Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid surprised me. Yeah, like, look at his damage. That is, like, actually very respectable damage for Moonbear. Moonbear is on the lower end of tank damage, and this is pretty good. And this guy, relatively speaking, was a little bit ratty. Like, he didn't have that much IO. He didn't have any parses. His gear was, like, I forget if it was, like, 659 or 660, which, like, isn't terrible, but it's not a sure thing. He did really good for a Guardian Druid. That's the thing. It's like I said at the start of the key. You're way more likely to get good odds with an off-meta... Guardian's not even really off-meta, if we're being honest, but it's not Vengeance Demon Hunter. But the real shitters, they play Vengeance, because they see all of the top streamers playing Vengeance, and they play Vengeance, and then they suck at it. Guardian is like... There was enough stuff there that told me, like, okay, this guy probably at least has a vague understanding of what he was doing. I know some of you were like, oh yeah, he doesn't have sockets or whatever, but... You know, he had decent trinkets. He was using Alchemist Stone, which surprised me. But he had, like, an enchanted weapon. He had 4-piece and stuff, so... good enough to give him a shot, and sometimes they surprise you. You play Brutal Legend, Healers, or the Roadies of Dungeon Groups? I have not. I do not understand that reference, unfortunately. That DPS took your pug luck for the next 3 keys for sure. Well, thankfully, it looks like I was attributing some of it to the Rep Pally when I should have been attributing it to the Holy Paladin. So, I mean, don't get me wrong. The Rep Paladin was still very good, right? His damage was good, and he didn't die. Love to see it. Brutal Legend was a badass game? Let me Google this. I've never heard of that game. Oh, it's an old game. I see. Huh. It seems interesting. I'm surprised I've never heard of this game before. Huh. Old. Look, it came out in 2009, okay? I was 11 years old at the time. It's like it's not an ancient game, but it's an old game. You know? And I played some games around that time. Like, but, you know, I'd still call them old. Like, what was the first game I ever played? When did that come out? Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb. First game I ever played in my entire life. That came out in 2003. So, okay, it's not quite as old as that. But, banger game, by the way. I actually, like a few years ago, I found that Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb was on Steam. And I bought it and played through it again. 2003, and it still holds up. That game is actually so fucking good. Way ahead of its time. That was one of the first games I ever played. That and Battle for Naboo. I'm probably sure there's like some game when I was like 3 that like, you know, I maybe played or watched my dad play, but that was definitely one of the first ones. It was, yeah, that, Battle for Naboo, and then honestly WoW right around that time, because I played WoW right around when it came out in like 2004, 2005. I was extremely young. I was like 5.5, but I've been playing literally since I was 5.5. Wish they'd release Chronicles of Riddick Escape from Butcher Bay. I also don't know that one. Oh, we only missed +3 by 1.5 minutes? That's actually crazy. I didn't realize it was that close. Also, there's nobody apping for this. Unfortunate. I'd like to let DPS players play heal for some time. It would increase their awareness by 1,000,000 times. Honestly, that's one of the main reasons that I'm looking forward to doing the healer section of this challenge. It's interesting because the next character, the poll was a dead even tie between Resto Shaman and Devastation Evoker. And I think I said before that I was going to do a runoff poll, but I'm going to be honest, I think I'm just going to make like an executive call and do Resto Shaman next. It hardly matters, but like my Resto Shaman's decently geared, and like I already know how to play our Shaman, so it would be a nice break to, you know, play the one healer that I am very recently comfortable with. Like, I've played Mistweaver a lot in the past, but I haven't played it this expansion. But Resto Shaman I literally got Keystone Hero with last season, so, you know, that would be a good way for me to play something that I'm chill at, like, I know how to play it, and then I would be able to learn the healing patterns for these dungeons. Am I gonna get into fights with pug tanks? Only after the key ends. That's the secret. If you want to flame somebody, wait until after the key is done. And then you can say the most heinous shit, and they can't do anything about it. You just rip that into Whisper, and then just leave the dungeon. And then they just have to live with that shit. Bonus points if you put them on Ignore after. Also, in case it's not obvious, I'm joking. Don't actually do that. Don't be toxic. I do not actually do that. I will sometimes message people, like, not a toxic thing, but like a constructive, like, hey, you know, probably do XYZ thing next time. And then if they're toxic, I just don't respond, but, you know. That's the other, even those messages. I will never give constructive criticism mid-dungeon. That is a recipe for disaster. Even if somebody's blatantly fucking something up, you know, it's always too late to say it mid-dungeon. You know, you just got to accept the fact that, like, okay, yeah, this is happening now, and I gotta live with it. Yeah, this guy's decent. Too late, already banned. Scraglock. Eh. I'll look at his logs, but we'll see. Nah. Last DPS spot, always very picky. Not like the worst ever, but can't believe you need to be BIS for a +7. Well, unfortunately, you kind of do these days. Obviously, it depends on how you're phrasing that question, right? Do you technically need to be BIS to clear a +7? No. But given the average quality of pugs, does it help to be BIS before you enter a 7? Yeah, because, you know, you're gonna have to carry. So, like, thankfully, I did not have to hard carry damage, but given the quality of people that I've had in some of my previous runs, yeah, it doesn't hurt. Really doesn't hurt. Terrorblade is the name of the Dota 2 hero based on Illidan? I see. Terrorblade the Slayer 666. Oh, I missed a lot of YouTube chat messages. Sorry about that, guys. Let me scroll up. Legit question, do you think they should make all roles DPS, even heals? With heal by DPS, what do you think? I mean, normally I would genuinely think that's a joke. If that is a serious question, no. No, I don't think making every single role a DPS would be helpful for the game. I guess, if you are serious about that, I would need to then expand on that by saying, why do you think that would be a good idea? Like, what are you hoping to accomplish by doing that? And I would argue that you don't really need to do that because, like, healers and tanks already do damage, and their damage does matter. Like, it is relevant. If you have a tank doing negative damage, like, it's going to make your key worse. If you have a healer doing 0 damage, it is going to marginally make your key worse. You know, like, our Holy Paladin friend here, he wasn't doing, like, the same damage as the tank. Most healers are not going to. But he still did roughly 500k overall DPS. That adds up. You know, that is a hell of a lot more DPS than no DPS. So, even if the healer isn't doing crazy damage, like, every little bit counts. This is, like, what I would expect to see from a healer in a Mythic Plus dungeon. Now, some healers can do more damage than others, just like some tanks can do more damage than others, though I would say tank damage tends to be more normalized and balanced than healer damage. A lot of times there are healers that do, like, double the damage of the second highest healer in the past. A lot of times Disc Priest has been that healer, but it can change. Sometimes Resto Druid Catweaving can do, like, way more damage than everybody else. That has been a thing in the past. But, yeah, it's hard to say. And honestly, a lot of times, healer damage is what gets a healer picked for, like, a meta spot. It's usually not the thing that, like, makes or breaks whether a casual player will want to play one healer or the other. But, you know, a big reason why a lot of times in the Race to World First, they'll bring one healer over the other. If healing numbers, like, roughly similar, which one can do more damage? On very tight damage checks, that can make a difference. In Mythic Plus, a lot of times, if massive HPS numbers is not necessarily required, then you're going to take the healer that can contribute a lot of off DPS. It's one of the reasons why Resto Druid is kind of in a funny spot, because Resto Druid has not been, like, meta for raids for a while. It's not been bad. Resto Druid's kind of always been in this funky spot where it has been... I think it's fair to say Resto Druid has been one of the most consistently average raid specs for a long time. I can't remember the last time Resto Druid was, like, the worst healer in the game, but I also can't remember the last time Resto Druid was, like, the best raid healer in the game. It's been very consistently, like, fine. Like, if you have... You usually don't want to stack them, but if you have one really good Resto Druid player, a lot of guilds do. A lot of guilds have that one person who loves Resto Druid, and, you know, they have one healer spot in your raid team dedicated to that person, and they're good. You know, they do respectable healing numbers. Nothing to write home about. Their damage is, like, in raids usually okay, but a lot of times, specifically in Mythic Plus dungeons, Resto Druids have had an advantage of... They're not always the number one healer DPS, but a lot of times they have been. A lot of times Resto Druid's been really good at, like, they throw hots up on everybody, and then they just start throwing out damage, while their hots just roll on people and keep everybody alive. So, that has been a big reason why Resto Druid over the years has been one of the better dungeon healers. This priest is the Vengeance Demon Hunter of healers? Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. Especially because Disc is often meta, but it's also, like you said, it's very different than a lot of other healers, so people just won't know how to play it. Also, this is crazy. Barely anybody has even applied to this key. At least the last key we got a bunch of rats applying, and, you know... This has been, like, complete famine. We'll see. I mean, it's only been, like, 15, 20 minutes, but still, very few applicants in that time. Resto Druid's raid damage has been rough ever since Nature's Vigil got nerfed in Dragonflight. Yeah. Yeah, like, as time has gone on, another big thing is, like, cat weaving used to be a really good thing that, like, both Resto Druids and Guardians could do for just free damage if they were really good at it. But cat weaving over the, like, expansions has been consistently nerfed to where it's just way less viable as a way to just do good damage. Whereas in older versions of WoW, if you were just good at cat weaving, it would boost your damage by a good amount. Especially, you know, back when Guardian and Feral were merged, but even before, even after that for a while, you know, it was fine. Heart of the Wild was just a very powerful cooldown. And now, even Druid of the Claw, Guardian Druid, you don't really cat weave at all. The way that Druid of the Claw, Guardian Druid works is you build up, like, your big stacks to get, like, the gigantic rip. You shift into cat when you're not tanking with Rake, with whatever that talent is, where, like, you auto-shift. So you Rake, you apply a gigantic rip, and then you shift back into bear form. And then you just do your rotation. Like, your cat weave is literally 2 buttons. That's it. So, even the dedicated cat weaving spec barely cat weaves. Like, most of your damage comes from Ravage, which is just a bear thing. At least, if you're playing bear, it's a bear thing. Obviously, Feral, you get it from Feral shit. I'm actually not even sure if... Because I think, like, Feral Druid doesn't play Druid of the Claw, like, at all, right? I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure all Ferals play, like, Wildstalker for almost everything. If you're a Feral player, correct me if I'm wrong. But I think part of that is probably because I do not think bear weaving is a thing. I'm pretty sure if you are playing Druid of the Claw as a Feral, you're just only benefiting from Ravage, and there's, like, basically zero incentive to ever shift into bear for, like, whatever their empowered ability is. Mistweaver, they crank DPS while in their top healing spec? Yeah, exactly. That's what you meant with Curse. Nobody wants to play +9s because 10s are only a small step up and 8s give nearly the same rewards. Yeah. You're not wrong. It's unfortunate, but... what can you do? Oh, boy. I'll see. I mean, like I said, I'll wait for a little bit, and... If the end result of this stream is that, you know, we get a key up to 10, or at least get it to a 9, and then I just push it up to a 10 in my free time, and then, you know, part 2, we do the 10s. Like, I'm fine with that, too. honestly, I already feel like I'm pretty comfortable with Fire Mage. I thought there would be a bigger learning curve for me, but like I'm sure, Fire Mage players, you would likely be able to point out mistakes that I'm making. And there are definitely times where I'm like, I fucked up the sequence on that. Like, I wasted a hot streak ever so slightly, and I had a random crit that procced hot streak, but I already queued a Phoenix Flames, and then I wasted that a little bit. Like, yeah, I've made mistakes, and I can tell when I'm making mistakes. But I feel like overall, like I don't think I'm playing poorly. I think I'm doing pretty well. I'm pretty happy with my performance so far in Fire Mage, and the spec feels comfortable. I quite like this. I am enjoying this infinitely more than, like, BM Hunter, for instance. BM Hunter, I figured it out, and I felt like I was doing pretty well overall, but I was bored out of my mind. It was fucking miserable. But Fire Mage, like, it's kind of a vibe. I really like it, especially combustion windows. I love high APM specs, and just constantly, like, alternating Pyroblast, Fireblast, Pyroblast, Fireblast, blah. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's really fast-paced, and I love that. Really fun. So, I enjoy it. I think it's fun. So I have a feeling that once I get to plus 10s, I'll definitely be able to pull my weight. And then as long as we get decent groups, which there's enough people doing keys right now that at plus 10s, I think finally that's like, the Holy Land, right? I'll be able to find good players for these runs. You don't like cat weaving in this current form? You have to shift out to Moonfire and then go back to cat? Yeah. If you're trying to min-max and raid for Resto, you can still cat weave just for the mana regen? Yeah. It's exactly... Yeah. And then you said, but the damage from it is still meh. That's exactly what I mean. Like, I know that it is technically speaking still worth doing in some cases, but it's not like back in the day, my friend Paul, back in like Mop and Wad, he played Resto Druid, and he was like an insanely cracked Resto Druid, and he would be doing crazy damage as a Resto Druid, while also like he would be running around like tagging mobs like in challenge mode dungeons, dragging packs towards me, while keeping everybody alive, while also still contributing a ton of damage on his own. A really good Resto Druid could do crazy shit back in the day, if they knew what they were doing. These days, like, they've just watered down Resto Druid's kit so much. Also, holy fuck. Alright. Yeah. I appreciate the help. Obviously, I figured that's you, same name. And busting out the Resto Druid. Pretty cool. Guess we'll have to see. BM is just a one-button rotation? Yeah. Ironically, the BM one-button rotation is actually not that far below the regular BM rotation, because it's just that straightforward. Especially because right now, on the PTR, the main downside of one-button rotation is it doesn't really use your cooldowns. And BM has a build that doesn't use cooldowns, so it's just not really a concern. What I'm wondering with, like, one-button rotation is whether you're forced to use just the one button, or if it'll, like, I would rather people don't, like, give me preferential treatment. I mean, I appreciate you helping, but yeah, it's all good. I'll take what I can get. Ferals are using Druid Claw M+, and Wildstalker and Raid. Gotcha, that makes sense. What was I saying? Yeah, so I'm wondering with, like, one-button rotation, can you mostly follow that, but then still, like, add in your cooldowns and stuff? What I'm thinking is, like, autoplay mode in Honkai Star Rail, a lot of times, like, it'll automatically use your abilities, but you can manually activate the ultimates whenever you want. So a lot of times I will, like, if I'm farming something in Honkai Star Rail, I will put on autoplay, because, it's easy enough, and, like, the autoplay in Honkai is actually pretty good. But then, every now and then, I'll, like, manually activate an ultimate. If I, like, glance at my phone, I'll just tap it, because I'll know that, like, okay, it's more efficient to use it now than whenever the autoplay is going to trigger it. So I have, like, some control over it. Yeah, usually I appreciate the help. Usually my rule of thumb is I've had a few people like watching the stream apply and help out, but I'll always only do one key, right? I don't want to get technically, I mean, I wouldn't really be getting carried per se, but I still don't I want to make sure that I'm still mostly getting the pug experience, yeah. For sure. Not many great options as far as DPS are concerned. Our first pulley of Gallywix is a wipe because the off-tank fell down the hole. Interesting. Is Warlock any good in M+? Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're fine. I'm, like, fairly certain Warlocks are pretty good. I don't know if they're meta, but they're definitely solid. LFR tanks love taunting? Yeah. You recrafted your gear 3 times this week, once to upgrade all 3 items, then to swap your weapon banding embellishment, and once to swap your weapon banding away from your belt because 11.1.7 replaces it. Well, keep in mind, 11.1.7 is bare minimum 1 month out. Probably 2 months. I would not make decisions about recrafting right now for something that won't come until 2 months from now. Yeah, you can still use it in the meantime. I guess if you're, like you said, recrafting already, then, you know, do 2 birds, 1 stone. But if you have to do a second recraft just from that, like, yeah, who cares? Save your gold. Really not many people apping. Fucking hell, dude. I really... It's rough. You know what? Fuck it. If you want, honestly, there is a small chance that that helps. So, I will let you list it. Yeah. There you go. Just at this point, I'm tired of waiting. Thank you. Oh, does it? Is that how it works? Ah. So if you list it, it goes with the listers thing? I didn't realize that's how the thing worked. Huh. Yeah, worst case scenario, I mean, it's not a big deal. You didn't hate that route, Goose Comics? Yeah, no, I thought that was definitely a pretty chill route for Floodgate. That's, like, relatively similar to the route that I do. I usually, like you said, I pull divers. He did a slightly different pull before first boss than I do. I usually pull a bit of side packs in, the area before second boss instead of the stuff that he did, but the general layout of that route is close enough to what I do. He has 4-piece, it's just not showing for some reason. Yeah, no, it should be fine, I guess. No. I'm going to search this guy before I invite. That's a tough one. Okay, you know what? This guy's no logs, but I will invite him and then inspect him. just see. Because I main prop heli. If this guy's a rat, I'll know. Tome and Pacemaker. Good. He has 4-piece. He's using... What are his embellishments? Dawn Thread? Okay, yeah, fine. He's running... Okay, yeah. This is pretty much a... he's running Sentinel. That's fine. I mean, that just means he's not going to die. But, yeah, not running Inspiring Vanguard, running Sentinel over regular Avenging Wrath. I normally run Tyrion's Devotion. It's not a big deal. He's probably not going to do that much damage. That's fine. Yeah, okay, he's running the right stuff there. I always forget the icons. Yeah, it's fine. It's just good enough. He's running a very tanky setup. Bare minimum, that means that he should be able to survive most pulls in this. Oh, also, okay. I guess, yeah, we'll take the 3k warrior. Sure. I'll portal there. Let him run Rats Together Strong. I mean, if anything I'm going to be super picky about, it's the spec that I main. But the only thing that I strongly disapprove of is Sentinel. You know, Sentinel is just dog shit. It technically gives you a bit of survivability, but it gimps your damage. You're going to do way less damage in your burst window. Prop Heli has a crazy burst window, so he's not going to do a lot of damage on the gigantic Priory pulls, most likely. But at the very least, like I said, we're not going to have to worry about him dying. And it's good enough for me. He also should be using a Mythtrack weapon. Like, if you don't have a Mythtrack weapon, then you should be crafting Sigil of Ascension on your one-hander as a prop heli. Like, 100%. But it's fine. Woven Dawn Thread is not terrible. And the main thing is, I approve of his trinket choice, you know. Assuming he min-maxes this properly, which obviously I have no way of knowing. But we're gonna hope that he does. Do I have all my shit? Yeah. Alrighty. Minimizing chat.
5, 4, 3.
I'll see you guys on the other
2,
side.
1.
Pull into a corner. Interesting request.
The expedition built the Priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries of Belladar. God sought to kill you. And Captain Dale cries protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
Disrupting Shout makes it so hard to hardcast anything here. I think I do Pyros here. Low enough targets that I'd rather just do that. Technically, maybe I should do it on one of the archers, but yeah. Just kill this. I've seen enough people ignore that to... Alright. Yeah, like, see, he only did 1.3 million. Oh my god, yeah. Like, it's fine. It's fine. But it's exactly what I said. Like, I've hit, like, 5 mil on that pull on my prop paladin sometimes. If you get really lucky with procs, you can go absolutely fucking crazy. But that is definitely a very low number. For Templar prop heli on that first pull, Priory, holy shit, you can do crazy shit. But he's running Sentinel, so his damage is going to be beans. Thankfully, the rest of the group's damage is very strong, so it's whatever, it's fine. But I cry. I cry seeing somebody make a mockery of my spec. Ah, shit. I was hoping it would drop below 30%, so I queued up that Scorch.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Yeah, this is interesting. We're not going right, are we? I have literally never gone right this entire season. I've never seen anybody go right this entire season. I've never seen somebody pull in this corner, so... I'm hoping that's not what we're building towards. Oh my god, we're going right? What the fuck is this, dude? Like, it's a learning experience, I guess. You know what? I'm actually now just kind of curious. I feel like this group is probably good enough to time this no matter what. But it'll be interesting to see how cooked this is. Come on, drag it out of the defense!
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Okay, are we actually going right, or was he just trying to... Okay, saved. Oh, thank God, he was just trying to group step with Shaymail. Oh, goodness. I was a little bit worried for a moment there. Oh, shit. I never understand why so many people are insistent on trying to skip that patrol. Like, it just wastes so much time. Just fucking pull it. It's not that scary. I always pull that. It's fine, I guess. Where are we going? I don't want to be attacking this one. I want to hit this one. No. Oh my god! What? Did I just get targeted by fucking everything? Oh! How am I not dead? Somehow that didn't even proc caught. That's crazy. That kind of fried my brain a little bit, I'm gonna be honest. I was not expecting that. I also just realized I forgot to lust on the first pull. I'm a mage, that's my job. Shit. Oops. I hate being in charge of lust. I'm so bad at remembering lust. Oh, barely beat the cast.
You must defeat Dalecry now.
What? Why do I get a proc now? I think my Arcane Phoenix expired. Just unfortunate timing there. I don't really want to combust this guy. Yeah, I'd rather save. Just go into conservation mode. We can get a really big burst at the start of the next guy.
My emissary brings you won't peel off anymore.
Hold! I see. They seek to ambush
Unlucky timing. Okay.
Ours is the true path to the Arathi. Show them the power of the flame. My fang and claw, my spear aims true. Show them the power of the flame.
My emissary.
Emperor's wrath. My spear aims
Dalecry.
I think I did pretty good on that boss. I wasn't really looking at meters, so
Force him to
I don't know, but I felt like I played that pretty well. That was the Void Emissary. Oh yeah, I fucked. Wow, I actually did really well. Goddamn. Okay, I'm happy with that. Oh! Sorry, healer friend. That's what Cauterize is for, though. What?
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Nice, they got it.
They belong to that old fool's sister Blades. Destroy these outsiders. The Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise.
Kinda fuck that.
We will be mighty.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
They serve no purpose. Baron, demonstrate your worth.
Those who oppose the Emperor will fall at our
At least I have heating up ready.
the Emperor's will. By my holy hammer. Cleanse you.
Oh, fuck. It's fine.
By my shield. Fire, I am healed. The flame empowers me. Glory guides my hammer. Flame cleanse you. Shielded by flame light. Flame's wrath fury.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
By my holy hammer. Flame cleanse you.
I definitely did not play this super well. Ah, I'm really fucked here. Oh my god.
I am
You know what I should have done? I had my jetpack thing. I should have used that. I forgot. It's definitely not good. Not good for me.
by my holy hammer. Flame cleanse you.
Bait out the shields, and then save a shimmer charge to get out. Oh my goodness. I mean, hey, I beat the warrior. But that's also a terrible fight for melee, so, you know, not really something I should be super happy about.
Your prey has warped the priory from a place of contemplation to an uprising. Why? She has always preached of the strength of the
Yeah,
Emerald's
unlucky.
but to turn
How did...
against
What did...
us is madness.
What did the warlock die to? Okay, shit. Yeah, okay, I'm glad that you're also confused, because I didn't even see what killed him. Unless somehow the Void Emissary killed him, in which case, if he managed to find a way to die to that, I'm almost impressed.
Belladar is the crucible. It burns away weakness. Its blinding light reveals the subjugate the world.
No, such heresy. Find the secret flame by animating the dead. No better than this.
I was kind of hoping that would die. That's unfortunate. Not killing the Void Emissary, that's kind of unfortunate. I gimped my damage a little bit there to try and kill the Void Emissary, and unfortunately, still didn't manage to do it. This is bad. My damage here is going to be actually fucking terrible. Oh my goodness. Okay, alright. I guess I will just get 0 crits.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
We're pulling the world here, huh? I kind of feel like we don't need all this percent. We're like, this is like a 200% route. Okay, we're chaining into Baron Gromtyke.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
They're not killing the emissary at all. This is gonna be really bad. Yep, they just ignored the emissary. Dude, what is it with people today? Just ignoring fucking Void Emissaries. Like, okay, now all the mobs, look at that DR. Yeah, 45% DR for ignoring that emissary. Obviously, I can't really do much to help. That's like... I mean, that's a warrior's wet dream right there. You literally just fucking chain execute it. You know, just press fucking execute, target swap. And, yeah. Whatever. I mean, we got through it.
Sacred flame will cleanse your transgression. Burn by sacred flame.
I fucked that up so bad.
4, 3, 2, 1. Four, 3, 2, 1.
Fortunately, I think it's kind of my job to kill this Void Emissary, because nobody has been targeting it at all. Dude, come on! How are none of them target swapping to it? What is the deal? What is the deal? What is happening in these dungeons, dude? Fucking no DPS at all on the Void Emissary. It's like the Rookery all over again. But, like, these people are better. They should know better than to just completely fucking ignore the Void Emissary.
1.
What is happening? Like, we're gonna time the key, but it still tilts the fuck out of me. Like, why? Why are we just ignoring the fucking mechanic?
Four, 3, 2, 1.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Four, 3, 2, 1.
We even plus 2'd it, but... yeah. I don't know what they were doing at the end. Trying to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, or whatever, you know, defeat from the jaws of victory. I don't know. I can't, my brain can't brain right now. GG's. And Alstodia, thank you so much for the help with that. You are a legend. Finally out of key hell. You blame Xalatath feet for people ignoring Void Emissary? You'd think that'd make them want to hit it more. Where's my Ice Block keybinds? Shift R. It's ice cold. Different icon. Generally, whenever I have an immune, it's bound to Shift R. Like, that's what my bubble keybind is on Paladin. Snatch jaws from the victory of defeat. Yeah, I like that. Oh, he just rotted out to the dot from the soak mechanic? Ah. Yeah, I did know that the debuff didn't clear, but, I mean, he was getting melted. So he must have soaked a lot. And, probably don't want to do that. Yeah, I'm happy with how I did. Both those DPS were very good. That warrior was like, what, 680? There was absolutely no way I'm going to beat him, but, you know, I kept up. I did really good on the first boss. Yeah, I fucking blasted that first boss. Kind of fucked up here. I did okay here. But yeah. I mean, I kind of had to dump a shit ton of damage into the Void Emissary here. Yeah. Like the warrior, I think later on, the warlock literally never target swapped. The entire fight, he never fucking swapped at all. And am I crazy, or like, is it barely a damage loss for affliction? Like, can't he just dot it up? Doesn't that give him damage? Why did he just not target swap at all? The tank was at least trying, but I mean, with his damage... Oh, fuck me. He's using Tome of Light's Devotion as a tank trinket. Okay, yeah, this tank was kind of ass. Fuck. That's so terrible. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. He got the job done. It is what it is, but... just word to the wise, for anybody using Tome of Light's Devotion. So, I think this is an important thing. Isn't that why they're so good? Yeah, exactly, yeah. You would think that Affliction would be nuts. You know, just throw some dots onto the fucking Emissary. You don't even need to target it. He didn't even try. He did 0 damage to it. That definitely... He is the culprit right there. Like, that explains why... Did he target it at all? He did do some damage to it. He did 67 mil across the entire key. And I did 76 mil. But, like, I should not be doing a lot of damage, because it kind of fucks me to target swap. I had to target swap a lot of times. But, yeah, the fact that he's lower than me, yeah, the warrior did a lot, which makes sense, you know. He should be good at it. Paladin did... Paladin also did a lot. He was definitely trying. The warlock doing that little definitely kind of fucked it. Unlucky. Yeah, so I think what happens is a lot of tanks will see that Tome of Light's Devotion is like at the top of a tier list for best trinkets, and they'll be like, oh, it must just be a really powerful trinket overall. No. Tome of Light's Devotion is a nuts trinket for damage. It does crazy damage, I love it to death, and if you're looking to maximize your damage as a tank, this trinket is amazing. But the other side of Tome, there's like 2 halves. The one where it increases your armor and gives you small magic absorbs, it is actually turbo ass. The entire way that you play Tome is the moment it swaps to the magic absorb, you immediately swap it back the moment you can. Sometimes you get ever so slightly, you know, free magic shields if you get, like, fully cycle through your Tome before the cooldown is up, but that's just, like, an incidental buff. The armor buff is terrible. The magic shields basically do nothing. This is a terrible survivability trinket. So, this prop alley was running Tome, but his Tome did barely any damage the entire key because it looks like most of the time he was keeping it on the magic thing. Probably thinking that, oh, if it's so high in the tier list, like, as a survivability trinket, I should use it like that. No, that is not how you play Tome. If you're running Tome, you're putting it on the damage one for, you know, kind of doing more single target damage. If you're not trying to get damage out of Tome, you should not be running Tome at all. There are better survivability trinkets, namely Crumbustable Bomb Suit, or literally anything that just gives you primary stat. It is a dog shit survivability trinket. Like, honestly, it's not even worth switching it to the tank one if you're taking a lot of damage, because the survivability gain is so trivial. And in a lot of cases, the crit is going to be more impactful if you get, like, a critical heal. It's actually just not worth putting it on the survivability one at all. So, unfortunately, that guy does not understand that. You thought my spec was Brewmaster Monk? Well, historically speaking, Brewmaster Monk is the spec that I've mained the most over the years. So, like, Brewmaster is definitely one of my specs. I love Brewmaster. Right now, at this exact moment in time, my spec is Prop Paladin. That's what my main is. I'm technically speaking, I'm actually playing 2 characters at once on Mythic Prog, Prop Heli and Prop Warrior, but my Prop Heli is my main. I would also like to think that I'm pretty fucking cracked at Prop Warrior, but that is my second character in my second guild, so. And yeah, don't get me wrong. I like Brewmaster. I am very good at Brewmaster, but right now I'm not actually playing my Brewmaster. But yeah, if I see a shit Brewmaster, I will roast them just as hard as I will roast somebody fucking up Prop Alley. Even your butt clenched up. The sounds you get when Haraldin runs M+, yeah. I assume that's when I got randomly spiked to like 1% HP out of nowhere. That was spooky. I don't know how I didn't die. But, you know, Fire Mage is so broken that even if that had 100 O'd me, I still have Cauterize, which is crazy. This spec is actually so stupid. Use Tome on every CD or track some kind of stack or buff. So, the way that Tome works, obviously I'm not on my tank, so I can't, like, really show it. Tome has 2 buffs. There's, like, a shield and crossed swords. The crossed swords is the crit one. The shield is the armor and magic DR. You do not want the shield. You want the swords. So, you can look at your buffs to see when the swords are up. It stacks up to 50. When it hits 50 stacks, it swaps to whatever the other one is. If you manually activate Tome, so if you do this on use, it will switch whatever state the trinket is currently in and set it to 1 stack. And it'll also amplify whatever the buff is. So the way that you always want to use this is whenever it's on the shield thing, you use this trinket, it flips it back to swords, and then it amplifies the crit buff that you get for, like, I don't know, 10 seconds or something like that. And there's, like, basically the way this works is when you take damage, I think it's, like, it has to be some type of direct-ish damage. It will trigger a proc of this trinket, and it has, like, a 1.5 second internal cooldown. Something like that. Basically, if you are triggering the effect of Tome of Light's Devotion non-stop, like on internal cooldown, back to back to back to back to back to back, then it's going to be like 20-ish seconds before you can switch it back. Like, it'll go to the shield phase, and you'll still have 20 seconds left on the on-use. At that point, there's nothing you can do, just let it sit there, but then the moment that the on-use is back up, immediately hit it, switch it back to swords, and then you'll cycle through the swords again. It's kind of inconsistent as to what triggers it and what doesn't. Like, auto attacks always trigger it, a lot of damaging hits will trigger it, but I've noticed there's some bosses where, like, their periodic AoE will always trigger Tome, so you will cycle through Tome extremely quickly. But, like, Sprocketmonger, for instance, a lot of, like, the periodic AoE on Sprocketmonger doesn't trigger Tome, so there's this kind of funny thing that happened when I was progging Sprocketmonger, where I didn't need to switch my Tome for, like, 50 pulls in a row as a prop pally, because as a prop pally, you're mostly off-tanking that fight, and you're taunting to get, like, the bombs out. So I took such few direct hits from Sprocket that early on in Prague, we would wipe before it would ever cycle over to the shield one a single time. And then at the end of a pull, it resets back to 1 stack. So it's an interesting trinket, Tome, but once you learn how to use it, it's not that complicated. You just always keep it on swords to get the most damage possible. Okay. So, let's see, I have an 11 top. I think I send this on 11 because the problem with running a key on a 10 is there's always a chance that somebody bricks it. So, that could be a problem. What I think I'll do is, I know before I said I was going to try to get half the keys done. Well, that was before this. It took 5 hours to get here. I'm going to try to get this theater done, because bare minimum, I would like to have a single key done in my vault. And that way, when we pick this up again next week, I'll already have a +10 key, and we can just go from there. And, you know, honestly, I don't really think the 10s are going to be that hard. You know, I'm doing pretty well in Fire Mage. I know what I'm doing. If we get decent groups, this is not going to be an issue. So, I think as long as I get 1 vault slot, I'd be happy with that. So we'll get this key done, and then I think we'll call it there. I thought about, you know, potentially doing something else after this, but I think stream's been long enough, and honestly, I'm kind of exhausted. So we'll just do this 1 key, I'll stop, but I will be streaming again tomorrow. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do tomorrow, but it's going to be something on Mop Classic. I'm going to level a character, specifically. I'm just not sure if I'm going to level in 85 to 90, or start at level 1. You know what, here, actually, I have an idea, because I'm kind of split, so this is actually the perfect opportunity for a poll. And I'm going to throw the poll up on Twitch, so if you're watching on YouTube, go over and if you want to vote, you can vote there. How the fuck do I do polls again? Manage poll. There we go. Create a new poll. What should I do for tomorrow's mop leveling run? Sure. Level 85 to 90. Level 1. Here, I'll also put this. Yeah, that's probably what we're going to do tomorrow. And I'll put the poll duration up for 10 minutes. Why not? There we go. Let me make sure that's working correctly. Yeah. So, basically, I'm either going to make, like, a template character and do another 85 to 90 alt run. Now, to be clear, I am still going to do plenty of 85 to 90 runs before the launch of Mop, right? We already did the Blood DK one, but I'm going to do plenty more. But it's either I do another one of those as an alt right now, or I level a panda from 1. It would be a Pandaren monk, just to be clear. Like, 100% it would be a monk. So, Pandaren monk starting at level 1. What I'll do is, if that's the one that wins, I'll do a runoff poll for whether we do Alliance or Horde. Because I don't really have a preference. I mostly want to test the Panda starting zone, and I also want to test Windwalker monk leveling. So, if it wins, I'll just let you guys pick which faction we start with. I will be testing both eventually, but... yeah, there you is. Answered your question before you even typed it, Saltaro. There you go. But yeah, that'll be a runoff poll if that wins. Which right now it seems to be winning, so cool. Oh, all my guildies are offline now. Unlucky. I could probably do some upgrades. It's here. May as well.
We have slept.
Can't convert anything up. Yeah, I would just do this. Yeah, just send 3 pants upgrades. Can't hurt. May as well. You know what? Actually, while this forms, I'm gonna go make coffee real quick, because I really need it. I'll double check to see. This is, Rompehueso. Nope. Alright, hopefully nobody insane applies while I'm making coffee, but I'll be like 2 minutes. Alright. Took me a little bit longer than I had expected. Oh, wow. Yeah, I'll definitely get this hunter. Hopefully he wasn't waiting too long. Yeah, hunter's definitely good. I feel like I recognize that name. Either way. Dark Alduin. So, you're gonna walk to a taco shop near you. Nice. That's fun. Hopefully this one doesn't take too long to fill. Hmm. Interesting. I see you guys talking in... I missed the messages earlier, but Nazal and somebody else are talking about the Rune's Crest farm to upgrade from Delves. I guess I'll have to test it to see. Like, I still need to fill my vault of my prop warrior, so I'm definitely going to do that for getting most of my guild crests. I'll have to do that at some point, like tomorrow or something, but... Might mess around with it and see. Probably gonna take forever to find a tank or a healer from this, though. Ugh. That's definitely the worst part about doing these as pure DPS. It's gonna be a little bit easier eventually once I have, you know, full score for the alt specs, but yeah, that's rough. I'm honestly tempted to do anything that has a healer spec. I might just do that first. So, like, I was thinking of doing Devastation Evoker first, but I might just learn Prez and say fuck it. Just because at least as a healer, you have a slightly easier time finding groups. It's so brutal having to wait for both a tank and a healer this season. Unfortunate, because this hunter definitely seems pretty decent. So, it would be a shame, but, I mean, if I were him, I probably wouldn't wait that long. So. Alright, poll ended. We'll do a level 1 Pandaren Monk tomorrow. And now, the runoff poll. Let me get this set up. New poll. Which faction should the Pandaren Monk be? Alliance or Horde? Now, before any of you guys get creative, I'm not going to level a neutral Pandaren. Yeah, fuck it, sure. They're probably good, but I'm still gonna double check these guys. Levistus? Okay, yeah. Good shit. And... yeah, also pretty good. Alright. Another cursed panda run? My Van Harlden never learns. Look, Panda and Mop is actually pretty good. And I'm going to be leveling a lot of Panda Monks, because think about it this way. What is the best race for leveling in, like, a longer setting? It's Panda. That guy looks kind of ratty. Let me double check. Yeah, that's a boosted animal. Oh my gosh. Fucking crazy shit. So my plan for Mop Classic, like when the pre-patch launches, my main monk is obviously going to be a Blood Elf because, you know, Blood Elves are just fucking really good. Okay, yeah, this guy's probably fine. Or I'm gonna double check. Bobbert Big. I like the name, it rolls off the tongue. Yeah, it should be fine. But yeah, so my main's gonna be a Blood Elf monk. That's mostly what I'm gonna play. But the way that I'm going to like play Mop pre-patch is I'm gonna level up a bunch of monks on random servers for farming purposes. And the way that like monk or panda works is they get bonus rested experience, right? So if I have a bunch of random monks sitting around and I'm not actually leveling them immediately, but I just log into all of them at some point when Mop actually launches, I'll start building up rested experience on all of those pandas. So when I finally do get around to playing them, I'll be able to level them really quickly, or at least faster than I would another race. Pandas are also just pretty good, so, you know. But especially for that reason, I need to make sure that I practice Panda Monk, because I'm going to be leveling a lot of Panda Monks. Now, long-term, on live servers, I believe I'm going to make almost all of them Horde. Just because that is what I plan on playing. But I still will be testing Alliance leveling, so... right now, there is a singular vote for Alliance. I'm guessing that's Sultaru. No, I don't think most people have that big of a preference. Shut down a feast. Somebody recognizes the Mog. Love to see it. Alright, I'm gonna put the key in.
Five, four,
And I'm minimizing
3,
chat.
2, 1.
This dungeon, I need to remember to spell steal the shields off the bone spike guys. So, are we skipping or not? Doesn't look like it. That's okay. I'm gonna focus this dude. Oh, how did that not?
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Uh... Kinda fucked that up. That's fine, I think. I fucked that a little bit. Alright, so, you know, I lost to the 680 BM Hunter. I think I'm okay with that. Probably still fine. I blink? Huh, I can. Going here. Interesting. What the heck? Is the mob bugged? Jesus. Okay, that's weird. Obviously, I want to build my knight on the big guy, but that was the longest spawn I've ever fucking seen. That okay. Actually, I think it's fine because it only arcane locks me. It's not a big deal. I tried to cancel my cast with Shimmer, forgetting that Shimmer lets you continue casting, so that was Could have just stepped to the side. Yeah, whatever. Not my greatest play ever. Oh, fuck me. Okay. Right, yeah, interrupting. Fuck. I think did a lot of damage there. Okay, this is not the LOS one. How many interrupting shout guys here? It's kind of a pain. Nice, they broke it. Definitely get the commander. Shit. Better. I'm gonna do this.
My enemy brings you power. Take it.
I will wear your skull as a trophy!
Ouch.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I probably just keep focusing this down. I'm getting fucking cranked. If I get chosen, I'm just gonna sacrifice myself to the, like, other person. Is what it is.
You had best make this interesting.
So I'm just gonna pop all my shit on full. Doesn't really matter. Just probably pot there. That's not good. Okay, why? I'm guaranteed to get chosen then, right? Uh... Oh, come on, kill me faster than that. Okay, there we go.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
I get chosen here, aren't I? Thank God I didn't get chosen. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really think through that combustion, because if that had picked me, I would have been a little bit screwed. I'm assuming I still just tunnel into him and just let my Ignite do the work here. I don't think I should single target him down. Yeah, so. That... I did not realize that interrupted. Okay. How many fucking mechanics in this dungeon interrupt you? That is really annoying.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
Should probably combust here because it's fine. I'll be up before the next trash bowl, so. Or not. Okay, that boss randomly just got 100 ode. Aren't all of the defenses make them work for it? So when you're healing, you don't say that. But when it's another random bug healer, then you want me to be a terrorist. I see how it is.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I barely missed it. Yeah, that procced my cot. I wonder, is Theater of Pain just like a single target build for Fire Mage? Because I feel like the pull sizes in here, it's like the same thing with BM Hunter, where BM Hunter has like a very big AoE build and then a single target build. And BM Hunter especially felt bad because it's like you basically, your single target build literally can't even take Beast Cleave, but I feel like maybe you just run single target build here, because I'm just not really getting much value at all out of like this AoE stuff. I don't know. Hard to say. Like, here, I'm tempted to start AoEing, because, like... You know, there's a lot of mobs, but I genuinely think that would be a mistake. I think, honestly, just building Ignite on the Rancid Gas Bag is just the better play. But it feels counterintuitive for pulls like this. But if I'm doing that, then, like, shouldn't I just run pure single target builds? And not take any of the Living Bomb stuff? I don't know. I didn't really look at any specific Theater of Pain builds before doing this. He's focusing the Emissary again. At least they mostly got it, and the mobs were basically dead, but now we don't get the benefit. Gonna not chaining into boss, I guess. I'm never seeing these mobs pulled without chaining into boss. Okay, well, I mean, I'm definitely not gonna blow anything. This is like a very weird pull. This guy's like almost 3k, and we're not doing this in the boss. Hello? What is going on? Whatever. It would be a complete waste to use any of my shit here. This is maybe the dumbest pull I've ever seen in Plus, but sure. Okay. Oh, I look fucking Mage. Also, holy shit. Both of the boots. That seems maybe a little bit unlucky. Hey, I beat the BM Hunter. We'll take it. I mean, that is definitely... That feels like it would be a very good fight for Fire Mage. Yeah, like... Whoa. I get so much Ignite damage onto the little ads. Okay, yeah. That is a juicy Fire Mage fight. But, still... If I get targeted, I think I could probably invis.
So fleeting, so fragile.
A willing sacrifice has been prepared.
This is new. I've never gone this way. Okay. Sure. I need to spell steal the Bone Magus.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
Okay, left, yeah. This way I usually go. Goodbye. I haven't seen somebody get hit by that in a while. Ever since they changed the visual indicator, most people are good at dodging it. Unlucky for that guy. Okay. Oh, I think we barely got it. Nice. It's definitely not his fault in that. I don't think he realized that the Warlock just ate shit and got yeeted off the platform. That was definitely not on him. That's honestly kind of nice of him to, like, take accountability, even though, like, he clearly doesn't know whether or not it's his fault, because, like, if he knew how that guy died, he definitely would not be blaming himself. But he just immediately defaulted to, sorry, my bad, unprompted. That is the mentality that you need to have when pugging M+, you know? You're a healer, somebody dies, not even your fault, just say my bad, right? I respect that. Just, even if, like, if it was his fault, then it would have completely diffused any potential conflict. Which is a good mindset to have.
Souls are mine.
My emissary brings you power. Take it.
I hope they kill the Void Emissary, because I'm definitely not going to swap to it. I'm also still going to focus boss. They are not killing the Void Emissary. That is not good. Okay, boss has a massive DR shield. That's really bad. I'm going to do very little for the remainder of the DR shield. I'm just going to sit here and we're going to wait out fetch because... Okay... I don't know what it is today with groups just not killing the Void Emissary. I've almost never seen it go off, but also whenever I'm tanking, I just hard focus the Void Emissary. You know, if I'm on my Brewmaster Monk, I can obviously just tot it, but even still... Kind of a shit combustion, but it'll work with what I have. There we go.
Take it.
Alright, are they gonna kill the Void Emissary this time? Maybe. Mirror images this. Nope, they still did not kill the Void Emissary. That's crazy shit, dude. Are they targeting it at all? 8 million damage. How much did my Ignite do? My Ignite, without me even directly targeting it, 11 million. The Hunter did not swap to it at all. The Warlock did not swap to it at all. I mean, I don't know. I guess he's Marksman, right? Marksman probably on 2-target cleave is not very good. I guess none of our specs are very good for it, but yeah, you would still hope that they would do more than me. Oh well. Probably still able to time it. I hadn't looked at the timer. It's pretty close. We absolutely can fuck this key up. I've just kind of been vibing. We don't die, it's fine. But I mean, people die all the time on Mordretha, unfortunately. We have a battle res. It's fine. We're gonna get guys here. Oh my god, did we kill it? I actually think my target swap killed it. Holy shit. I didn't think I'd be able to kill that in time, but... Yes! I think I actually did pretty good overall. Whew. Ah, I crushed the Warlock. Fuck yeah. I don't think I died a single time in that game. Fire Mage is like super tanky, so I'm happy with that. Good shit. Oh, closer than I thought it would be. Also, what won the poll? I'm guessing Alliance won the poll, but view results... yeah, Alliance won the poll, so... Make a macro that spams every chat channel that says Void Emissary? Dude, I hate people with macros like that. I don't want to be that guy. I also want them to fucking kill the Void Emissary, but I don't want to be that guy. You're in plus 12 heaven, no more Void Emissary? Yeah, honestly, it is funny that you should say that. I hadn't really thought about that. Now that I have a 12 key, it might genuinely be easier to pug 12s than it would be to do, like, 10s. That feels so wrong, right? But, God, that's how fucked it is. It's so silly. A lot of these new affixes feel like they were made for monks, yeah. Yeah. I mean, no matter what spec I'm playing, because if I'm playing my prop heli, that, the Void Emissary is just a Hammer of Wrath battery. Gives me free holy power. If I'm playing my warrior, I just slam executes into it. If I'm playing my monk, I literally just taught it. Like, the three main classes that I play are all amazing for dealing with that. But I guess, yeah, our comp wasn't, like, super ideal for it. I don't really know a lot about how Demo plays. MM, I do know, is very bad at 2-target cleave. I think Trick Shots is 3-target only, so... yeah, he probably has an excuse. But technically speaking, I mean, I don't think... Like, it's not like me, where obviously, if I target swap, like, I'm fucking my ignite damage. So it's a little bit different, because, like, there is a long-term effect from me swapping to that. Also, I am still cleaving on it by hitting a single target. So I'm getting cleave damage, and if I do target swap, I fuck my cleave damage. Or I fuck my long-term single target. The MM Hunter, I think if he were to just target swap and dump his single target into the mob, I don't really think it has a long-term impact. Obviously, he does slightly less boss damage, but it's worth it for the boss to not take 35% less damage for 20 seconds or however long that was. You managed to fully mine an overloaded easy mine vein? Nice. Yeah, thank you, Austonia and Dragon Redux. I think that went well. First plus 10 times, so... Yeah, hold on, we'll update the sheet. So, where is it? Go over to Herda, and what was that? That was 336 for Theater of Pain. 299 for Priory. 273 for Floodgate. Did I already update that? No. I think that's it. All the others I filled in. I haven't updated the Rookery. 253. Ugh, yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yeah, that Rookery. That Rookery was like the single worst key I've done this entire season. And unfortunately, I feel I played pretty... Actually, I kind of played out of my mind that Rookery, and unfortunately it wasn't enough to save it. Those were four of the worst players I've encountered in a long time. That was a fucking demonic key. God. It's unfortunate that that rookery honestly sent me back like probably an hour and a half. I might have been able to get more 10s done today, but I'm gonna be honest, I'm, like I said earlier, fucking exhausted. But it's like you said, Lumion, we're in plus 12 heaven now, so when I next do this, it won't be too bad. I'm gonna see how I'm feeling on Monday. Tomorrow we're definitely gonna do a level 1 Alliance Pandaren run. Obviously you start neutral, but we're gonna do neutral and then swap to Alliance. I have no idea how far I'm gonna take that. It's probably just stream for like 6-8 hours, and then when I'm tired, we'll stop wherever we are. Obviously, that's gonna be on the beta, so one thing that I won't be able to test is I won't be able to test dungeon leveling, which is kind of awkward because dungeon leveling is actually not bad. I would actually say it is pretty good in MoP. So I can't really test that for low levels, which makes things a little bit weird because I would like to obviously have an alt leveling guide out around the time of MoP pre-patch. So I think that's actually kind of a good thing. My focus in testing over the next like month should be low level stuff for MoP Classic, because if I get enough testing done, I might actually have a leveling guide ready for MoP pre-patch launch, which would be really, really good. I think a lot of people would find that helpful. And obviously I don't need to get my 85 to 90 guide out until MoP actually launches, which would be multiple weeks afterwards. So during the pre-patch, I can then spend time refining my MoP leveling route. So we'll probably focus more on level 1 through 85 leveling. And the only unfortunate thing is I can't really test dungeons on beta. But what I might do is maybe we'll level some characters on Cataclysm just to confirm how it works. And I think I already got enough information from that Prot Warrior run to have a general understanding, so we do like a few more tests. I should have enough to work with. And we'll see. We'll see how that run goes. But that's going to be tomorrow. And what's it called? I'll see how I'm feeling on Monday. Honestly, if I'm feeling up to it, I might do 3 more keys on the Mage to get the middle vault filled out. And it would be good to continue making progress on this. I want to try and get all classes done before long. That would be really nice to at least have every character decently geared and collecting vaults. And that way, once we get to the part of this challenge where we're just blasting through the alt specs, I think it should be a lot more straightforward. And like, for instance, my Paladin is 680 item level. When I do Ret Pally, oh, a funny thing about that, my Paladin already has a Myth Track weapon for Ret Pally, because when we did Reclear, it dropped off sticks and nobody else needed it. So I already have one ready to go for that. I don't have any holy weapons, though, so whenever we do 8-Pal, I'll probably craft something. I'll have, like, 1 million Gilded Crests by that point. But, like, no matter how you slice it, even if I'm playing Ret Pally not the best, I'm going to be able to steamroll all plus 10s with a 680 Ret Pally like that. Yeah, I don't really think that's going to be too challenging. Same with, like, my Prot Warrior. My Prot Warrior 670, and I haven't farmed Gilded Crests yet, which I have to do at some point today or tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, I think the hardest part is going to be getting 1 on each class done. Once we do that, the rest should be pretty straightforward. Thanks for the alt leveling guides. They're great. No problem. I'm glad that you enjoy them. Hello, One Vicata. Good to see you. Maybe the Rookery is worth a video on the archive channel, like the worst key of all time. Well, it'll at least be preserved as the stream recording, so if anybody wants to watch it, it's there. It'll still be up. Tyler Holcomb said, which spec number is this out of 39? This is number 7. 7 out of 39. So, slowly but surely making progress. But yeah, I'll stop it there. We got 1 key done. Honestly, like, even if I'm not feeling it on Monday, I probably will stream Monday, because I don't, like, the way that I've kind of thought about it is I don't really think I'm going to get my alt catch-up guide done by Tuesday. I could throw it together, but it there's still some stuff like with Horrific Visions that I would like to test. So my current plan is I'm going to get my Horrific Visions video done by Tuesday. We already kind of know exactly what I need to do. There's a bit of testing I might do. I'll try to... I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up the Horrific Visions testing later tonight, and then I'll probably do it tomorrow. And then I'll have the footage for the actual little guide. We'll throw that together. Then I will probably stream on Monday something, either Mage if I'm feeling it, maybe some more mop leveling, we'll see. And then on Tuesday I'll probably stream, like, gearing, because I'll do, like, the Horrific Vision stuff, and then I might do some Mythic Plus, because I'll probably still need to farm a bit for my Warrior. My Paladin's pretty much done. You just shit the bed on a +2? The funny thing about +2s is, with the average player quality you're going to encounter at that level, they're honestly harder than high-level keys. I mean, just look at the earlier key that I did. I bricked a +8 Rookery, and I've just timed a +11 Theater. But the +8 Rookery, I had multiple DPS doing, like, you know, sub 1 mil. It's rough if you have people in lower keys who just have no business being there. Whereas in 11s, you're generally going to find people who actually know how to play. That's life. But okay, I'll stop it there. Thank you guys for watching, and I will see you tomorrow for the Mop Classic leveling run.